Pod Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were made graciously available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development, Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary Women in Conversation is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez, joined as always by my co-hosts, my husband and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter Sayapin.
This week, we are recording live from the Winter River Bridge, discussing the 1988 dark fantasy horror comedy, Beetlejuice. This film was directed by Tim Burton with the screenplay by Michael McDowell and Warren Scarron from a story by McDowell and Larry Wilson. With newfound acclaim and recognition after Pee-wee's Big Adventure, a young Tim Burton stepped up to helm Beetlejuice. Despite having to navigate the project through endless rewrites, fickle test audiences, and a general misunderstanding of the vision, Beetlejuice still managed to achieve its status as an instant classic. The film itself is strange and unusual, with quirky characters, charming practical effects, committed performances, award-winning makeup looks, and an undeniable staying power. 36 years later, with the long-awaited release of its sequel, Beetlejuice, this film is no less beloved, with its legacy continuing to shine as bright as its namesake star. This film was requested to us by friends of the show, Lynn McDonough, Towton Watson, Beth Bauer, Brandon Dennison, Brandon Brown, Tanner Rutgers, and Haley. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. So, what did you guys think of Beetlejuice the first time you saw it?
So before, I do want to say this was my birthday movie pick.
Yes.
Yeah. I remember, let me start that again. I don't remember when I first seen it because I was 4 years old.
All right.
But I know that this was something that I watched, and maybe it was one of my older brothers that would watch it. I know me and my older brother Isaiah hung out a lot, and maybe it was me and him that would watch it. But we watched this quite a few times. And I remember as a small child loving the cartoon. Like the cartoon, I was like, oh, fuck yeah, it's Beetlejuice. And it is a little different than the movie, but the movie Beetlejuice, watching it now, I was like, oh man, I didn't clock any of the shit when I was a kid. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? You're just like, oh, he's fucking silly and he's whatever.
He's more than that.
Yeah.
Well, when you don't know.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then being older and then kind of fully watching it and everything he's saying and analyzing, like, oh shit, he's a demon. That's kind of what he is. But this, man, how much fun. I can't tell you how many times I watched this movie and something just lit up in my brain. Another part of something fired off. Something else made me feel nostalgic and brought a tear to my eye. Like a lot of things, I was like, I'm 5.
Uh-huh.
I was like, I don't know how my brain, which sounds funny saying I don't know how my brain remembers that because I don't remember being, 5 the whole time or whatever.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You clock in after a while, but most of the time you're just a kid exploring.
You're on break.
Yeah. But remembering and being like, oh no, I remember watching this and feeling a certain way. Or I remember this happening and being like, oh wow. Seeing how everything still kind of holds up and everything does look. There are some that, you're like, oh, that's clay or that's whatever. But it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? The movie does such a good job of just being Beetlejuice. That it's like you don't care. Even if there was somebody standing there with the boom mic, you wouldn't give a fuck. Like you just wouldn't care.
And to your point, I think a lot of that, it does just, if anything does stand out in that way, it just adds to the charm of it.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that we watched the hell out of this when we were kids. And for some reason, it wasn't one that I revisited in my adulthood very often. And so whenever you picked it for your birthday film, I was really excited because I'm like, I know that this film meant a lot to me and Nay as kids.
Yeah.
And so returning to it as an adult, Nay and I were talking this morning before breakfast. We were like, staggered by how palpable the nostalgia is.
Yeah.
And how simply just returning to this world, you do, as you said, feel like you did the first time you saw it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of unbelievable. I don't know if it's just something that is just inherently special about this film, because there is something really, really fun and really, really cool about just occupying this universe. And returning to it, it does. You return to this childlike sense of wonder, to just this amazing inventive production design, the incredible music, the fun of the camera movement, the lighting where it's all like green and ghoulish and all.
Yeah.
Like you just feel so, I don't know, it's a very refreshing feeling. And something that really was very interesting to me watching it as an adult is you see it and you're like, I don't know how people came up with this, firstly. Like, it is so unique.
Yeah.
It is so original.
Yeah.
Like, it is such a bold thing to do creatively, is this film.
I think you saying that made me think of something when I was watching it. I was like, man, and I know, and I don't mean it in a bad way, but I think this movie, you see why nothing came after it. There was no other. You can't follow what this movie did. That would be impossible.
And it took so long to even formulate a sequel.
Yeah.
Because it's like, we kind of said all we needed to say.
Yeah.
But I couldn't believe it, because it's one of those things where, and I know that people say it a lot in modern times, there are a lot of original ideas. There are a lot of interesting films of things that you've never thought of or ever seen before. But there is something so wholly original about this film that it feels like a different time.
Right.
It feels like a time when creatives were more rewarded for taking chances like this.
Yes.
And they felt more comfortable doing it. It wasn't such this, we need to kind of attach this to a franchise tent pole. This is a spin-off of this thing so that we can make this thing happen. This is so unique that it's staggering. And it just impressed me so much. The rules of the universe, like all of the things, like every little nugget of uniqueness that like makes up the building blocks of this whole universe. The handbook for the recently deceased.
That's great.
Things like this that you're just like, you're like, this is such a brilliant thing.
Yeah.
And it's so small.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just, this film is filled with things like this. And don't even get me started on the performances.
Yeah.
The cast is so fantastic. I'm surprised whenever I see like certain people and I'm like, I forgot completely.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. And enough cannot be said about Michael Keaton.
Oh, yeah.
I just can't even believe he is such a versatile performer. Every single thing that I see him in, he is captivating, and I am so impressed. You have something very interesting later about screen time, you told me.
Yes.
that I can't wait to hear.
We'll talk about it
Yeah.
in a little bit, but yeah.
But I also, and I would be remiss to not mention Winona Ryder.
Yes.
We love Winona Ryder.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And as a very young Travis, I believe she kickstarted something in me. But
There you go.
I will say, and I was talking about it this morning, I, as an adult watching this, because again, watched it all the time as a kid, was just fascinated by it, but like more the darkness of it and the way that it was really addressed and the afterlife and the makeup looks and just how outrageous Beetlejuice was. Revisiting it as an adult, I was telling T this morning, I was surprised at how hot Alec Baldwin, Gina Davis, and fucking Catherine O'Hara were.
Yeah.
Not that they're not.
No,
but
no.
I was like, oh my God.
I 1,000% agree with that. I think now as an adult watching is the same thing. I was like, damn, everybody's beautiful.
Yeah, and that's another thing too, is I always hated Delia as a kid, and she still kind of sucks, but I had a sympathy for her watching it as an adult that I never had before.
That too. You do before you watch it, and you know, again, Lydia, that's what we're watching it for when
Yes,
we're young.
yeah.
You know what I mean? And then now older, we see the caseworker, and I'm like, no, I get you.
Yes,
we see Beetlejuice,
yes.
and it's like, oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The adult stuff now is so, and it just brings
It
so
hits.
much more joy watching this.
it's
Yeah.
wild. Something Jules and I were talking about together was a matter of this being the perfect gateway horror.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
And oddly, it seems so like there are some things that they do in this film, and we were talking about this, that if you were to put that in like a PG film now, it would not fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of really like, there's gore.
Yeah.
There's gruesome things that we see that I don't know if kids today can handle.
No, but I completely agree with both of y'all. John Paul, what you said about really feeling like a kid again watching it. You do. And I don't know why this isn't one that I have watched a lot as an adult, which I am going to rectify moving forward, having revisited it. But even taking that break between watching it, it's like, oh, like you feel the same feelings that you felt when you were hyper fixating on it as a child. It's just, there's something magical about a film that can do that. And to what you were saying, T, about just these original ideas and concepts, I think, I want to say maybe he was on Hot Ones, but Vince Vaughn had said something very interesting recently, because the thing that I read was him saying that the comedies that he, you know, kind of became known for doing, you could make them today. And I was like, oh God, this is going to be really fucking disappointing. But he was saying no, that there is not as much freedom to do something stupid and weird and funny and just silly. They want a return on investment. They want something with an established property. And he talked about like making a battleship movie, and he's like, why is that more marketable than a fresh idea, you know? And it really,
It's a great question.
it really got me to thinking, because I think that that's a huge flaw in the industry, is just the money mindedness of it all. And I understand the monetary motivation, but it's like, this is a gem. And like we talked about on Mars Attacks, it's bold and it's a fucking swing, and either you get it or you don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And people got it. People loved this. And you think about the point that Tim Burton was at in his career.
Yeah.
And this is really fucking, I mean, it's just bold. It was a brave move.
Yeah. You know, thinking about it and listening to you say that, maybe somebody should get a hold of Mr. Blum. See, he's like, come on, man. Take some chances. We can do some cheap stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So I got
He loves
$20.
it.
Yeah.
But no, I loved this movie as a kid. I love it now. There are moments narratively as it goes along where you're like, I don't know if that makes complete sense.
Yeah.
But the whimsy of the film, you don't fucking care. I don't care.
No.
Like, it doesn't matter.
You're so caught up in it.
Exactly.
And it's amazing. Another thing we were talking about, you and I, Nay, was the fact of how much they fit into this runtime.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I was very surprised, because when you picked it for your birthday, it was a while ago, and it does coincide with the release of the sequel, but you picked it probably months ago.
Yeah.
And I went and I was like, okay, let me prepare for this. And yeah, it's like an hour, 32 minutes.
I was very surprised. I thought it was closer to 2 hours.
Yeah.
Well, exactly, because even if you don't remember it beat for beat, thinking back to all the set pieces, all the scenes, just the ones that really stick out in your mind, no way they crammed that into an hour and a half. But
Yeah.
they did.
They did.
But I absolutely love it. I'm thrilled that you picked it for your birthday movie. I'm so happy that we're getting to cover it.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to get into it. But I did want to talk about the production a little bit. First, I want to shout out TJ Bronson for sending us Burton on Burton. It was a fantastic resource. I was able to get a lot out of it. I also watched an interview that V. Neal did with the University of California. I got some information from a Den of Geek interview with Larry Wilson. There is surprisingly not as much out there as I thought there would be.
No.
But this is what I was able to get. So after Pee-wee's Big Adventure, Tim Burton was looking for a new project while he was waiting for Batman to be greenlit. So he loved doing Pee-wee's Big Adventure, but it was already an established look and style. He wanted to do something different, all his own, but every script that was sent to him, he said, had no imagination. It was like the same thing over and over. Well, unbeknownst to him, Michael McDowell and Larry Wilson had written what they called, quote, a feel-good movie about death.
All right.
All right.
Which is accurate.
Yeah.
We've talked a lot about Michael McDowell, Nightmare Before Christmas and Thinner, and Larry Wilson would go on to write the Addams Family movie in 91.
Wow.
Yeah. But in that Den of Geek interview, Larry Wilson said that he was working at Universal as a director of development. He had a good relationship with a prominent executive there that he would not name. But he said that he gave him the script for Beetlejuice. He gave it to him on a Friday. And the following Monday, the executive's assistant called to set up a meeting. So he was like, oh my God, he read the whole thing over the weekend. He loved it. He wants to meet with me already. So he gets to the executive's office and the executive asks him, what are you doing with your career?
Whoa,
Yeah.
dude.
He told him that he had great taste and that he was developing into a good executive and he was going to throw it all away on this piece of shit, is what he told him.
What?
Yeah. So it wasn't happening at Universal.
So that's why he didn't name him, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they ended up selling it to the Geffen Film Company. They worked with another unnamed executive there for about a year, and that executive made them rewrite this screenplay so many times that Wilson and McDowell were sure that they had completely ruined it. Like, it was unrecognizable. Wilson said that it was completely demoralizing because they had sold this and it changed so much they didn't even recognize it anymore.
That sucks.
Yeah. He said that it's not typical for your first draft of something to be your favorite version of it, but it was for him. And somebody else really liked it too, David Geffen.
Oh, wow.
He's the one that handed it to Tim Burton. And Tim Burton was like, this is what I was looking for. This is weird. And he had gotten the original version. He said that in his experience, Hollywood executives were trying to hammer into his head that any project worth making had to fit a certain mold because that's what people wanted to watch. But this was weird, and he said it felt like stream of consciousness, and it didn't make complete sense, and he loved it, and he was completely in.
I had read in Fangoria that he said, and it was kind of, I don't know if it's just a bit egotistical, but he said it had a real Tim Burton feel to it.
Okay.
Because it was different. Is that
Yeah.
It was like so just like good, you know what I mean?
Does that mean you're going to make it Tim?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
It's very mean.
It's strange and unusual.
So the exhausting script meetings began as they tried to find their way back to that original story while still taking all the notes and criticisms from the executive from Geffen. When Wilson and McDowell started to burn out, because Tim Burton talked about a meeting that lasted like 24 hours or something, like just insanity. He talked about it on Burton because they just couldn't figure it out. They couldn't find a good balance of the comedy and the darkness and all the changes that they had made versus that original script. It was just daunting and they were burning out. So he brought in Warren Scarron. He would also go on to do the screenplay for Tim Burton's Batman.
Oh, wow.
All right.
But finally together, they developed the story. Wilson said that it was just this perfect situation where just the right group of people came together. For example, Tim Burton brought on Bo Welch as his production designer. I know that T has some conflicting information I'll get into later. But in Burton on Burton, he said that he had not seen much of his work at all. He just really liked his vibe because he cared. And he said that a lot of people that he had met in the industry were just really jaded, but Bo Welch gave a shit, essentially.
Okay.
But Bo Welch was also the production designer on Lost Boys, where he told his coworker V. Neal about this cool new director named Tim Burton and this cool new movie called Beetlejuice that she would be perfect for. So she made some calls and found out that the production manager that she worked with on 9 to 5, Richard Hashimoto, was a producer of Beetlejuice. So she called him relentlessly and bugged him until she got a meeting with Tim Burton. And then she would later go on to win an Oscar for this with Steve Laporte and Robert Short for the makeup.
Damn.
Understandably.
Yeah.
Yes. So Tim Burton also brings on Rick Heinrichs, who we also talked about on Nightmare Before Christmas because they had worked together at Disney. So it was just this like perfect storm, really, of all of these things just lining up. And the casting is a whole other story that we'll get to later. But the team made magic. They had, I've seen some sources say 13 million, but most sources say 15 million. Either way, that was their budget with only $1 million of it allotted to special effects.
What?
Yeah, so they had to get very creative.
It's kind of surprising to learn that breakdown because of what they accomplish.
Yeah.
And all of the different things that you see them using, a lot of practical, but there are these moments of like stop motion
Yeah.
that are just seamlessly integrated in. It's just impressive that it was only $1 million out of that budget.
Yeah. But with that budget, they opened in time for April Fools of 1988, more specifically March 30th, which is also Pod Mortem's birthday.
It is.
Hey.
But they made $75 million.
Woo.
They had to navigate studio meddling, test audiences that had a lot of opinions, and executives who just didn't get it, but they did it. And despite being told repeatedly that he shouldn't be too weird and that audiences wanted a literal interpretation of what they're being served, the success of Beetlejuice proved to Tim Burton that that is simply not true. And looking at the point in his career that he was at, I think it's very obvious that this had to influence him going forward to stick to his vision.
Yeah. And I do want to say, and I don't mean anything by it, this is weird, but it's not Bo is Afraid weird.
That was an unexpected.
I'm just saying, there's a difference in like, that was weird.
Ari Aster's like, what did
Yeah.
How am I?
He's just catching strays. Why am I getting so much backlash?
Nothing against the guy, but that was weird. That.
Now, before we bio-exercise this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Podmortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's consult the handbook. The film begins with a slowed snippet of Harry Belafonte's Deo, the Banana Boat song. We get the title on a banner flanked and adorned with skeletons and grinning skulls. Beetlejuice.
Upon returning to this film as an adult, just seeing that title card, it felt like home.
Yeah.
It is such a gorgeously designed, it's perfect. It's just perfect the way that it looks.
Mm-hmm.
I love the way that it looks.
Yeah.
And I did want to talk for a second about the title itself.
Okay.
So the studio wanted to change the title to House Guests. Beetlejuice wasn't testing well, but House Guests was.
Guests?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a Dennis Leary movie or something. Like the Ralph or what? Yeah.
You're thinking of the rest.
Yes.
Tim Burton hated it. And he was like, well, okay, we might as well just call it Scared Sheetless. He was being sarcastic, but they were like,
hold on.
Well, yeah, well, maybe.
Yeah.
So they were like seriously considering it. And he was like, if you change the name of this to that, I'm going to jump out the window.
what is the reason for? I mean, I like Beetlejuice, but like, what's behind it?
All I can think is the star, right?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And obviously spelled differently,
Right.
you know, but I just, I'm kind of glad that he dug his heels in on the title because House Guests really does sound like a romp. Like, I don't know, like a rom-com or something.
Well,
it doesn't give this.
It doesn't sell anything about the movie.
No.
Yeah.
Beetlejuice, there's a weirdness to it.
Yeah.
That captures kind of what, you know,
For sure.
House Guest almost sounds like Kid and Play or something.
It does.
Yeah. Well, that's House Party.
It's too close.
Yeah, it's
It
right
is.
there.
It's halfway there.
But it is. You're right. It sounds like that's what that should be.
And
Yeah.
Scared Sheetless sounds like a Wayans Brothers scary movie.
I can literally hear the trailer.
Yeah.
It doesn't fit. It
No.
just doesn't fit.
If it's a Wayne's movie, it's good. It's got to be good.
But the tense music gives away to a very lively and very Danny Elfman theme as we glide over lush green trees and the credits appear.
So, to the surprise of no one, the score is composed by Danny Elfman.
What?
He had worked with Tim Burton, of course, on Pee-wee's Big Adventure,
Yeah.
and he was obviously invited back to score this film. It was very unfortunate. I saw in an interview with GQ, he was talking about when he first received the script, he composed an entire film score to the script. And then it wasn't until he saw footage from the film and realized that what he had in his head was completely wrong.
Oh, wow.
And so he scrapped the entire score. And he said that he started rewriting it, and it was to the rhythm of basically Michael Keaton.
Really?
I mean, if you're going to be inspired,
Okay.
I absolutely see it.
Yeah.
The quote that he had that I really loved, and it was just a matter of the creative freedom that they had. The budget that they were given, it's a lot of money, of course, but to Warner Brothers, it's really not that much. And so they were kind of allowed to have this creative freedom to really do whatever they wanted. And he said, and I quote, "Tim just let me go crazy." And he did.
Good.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how whenever they were composing this for the orchestra, he realized how complicated the theme song alone was because there's all these notes on the offbeat. And so he said tuba players are like turning blue because you're just having to constantly go.
Yeah.
And he said that there was some orchestra, I think in the UK, that was wanting to put together like a Danny Elfman tribute album, and they wanted to include the theme from Beetlejuice on there.
Yeah.
Because of course.
Yeah.
And he said that the conductor, he was trying to conduct and he was looking at this sheet music, and he said he just threw it out because he's like, this is fucking impossible. And you hear it, and it is such, it's so whimsical and so weird
And wild.
Yeah.
and so Danny Elfman. And I feel like that's something else that this score doesn't get a lot of credit for, is it is very versatile.
Yeah, that's one thing that watching it and listening to it, of course I'm watching, you know what I mean? Because the opening is great.
Yeah.
But listening to it, that was something that I had told your sister. I love, again, without Pee-wee, you know what I mean? This relationship wouldn't have happened.
True.
Yeah.
But, and I love the music in all the movies.
Mm-hmm.
Beetlejuice, god damn, that goes hard for no reason.
Yeah.
But then there's these moments later of like somber and
Yeah.
like reflective. It really is.
There's like some heartstrings
Yeah.
being tugged, and then there's also just this really classic feeling of just like horror.
Right.
Yeah.
But then there's just this unrestrained, jovial fun.
Yes.
It's just an incredible score. One thing I did read as well, Tim Burton had said in an interview that they had shown this film to test audiences without Danny Elfman's score first, and it tested very low. And then when they added the score, the audience fucking loved it,
Well, yeah.
which is understandable.
Yeah.
But they said after the fact, the studio feared that Danny Elfman's score was too dark.
What?
Yeah. It's so whimsical. I don't
Yeah.
understand.
It's very and it's such a crucial component, and it just accompanies it so perfectly.
Yeah.
I can't imagine having any kind of criticism.
Yeah.
And with test audiences, isn't that
I thought that was
everything
the
y'all want to
whole-
listen
Right.
to?
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, thinking about it, Batman kind of follows this music a little bit, but slowed down, still kind of like triumphant, but like dark. And I get it, he's the knight, but you know what I mean? He's also a hero.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it can't be that damn dark.
Yeah. But we continue to float over a small town, passing a church, businesses, and parked cars. The music continues to carry us along until we finally stop on a lone house on a hill, white and gray with a bright red front door. The roof of the house is taken over by a giant spider, but just as it crawls over, two gentle hands scoop it up, revealing the house to be a miniature.
I have to be honest, I know, and I'll talk about it a little bit later about on location versus interior sets and everything, but this switch from this real life city, town, to this model, I still, at my big age, don't catch it ever.
No, it's great.
It's seamless because you're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. That was literally my only note was that was fucking amazing.
Yes.
Like, it looks really cool.
And I will say, we're talking about timing or whatever, this episode coming out for your birthday and the release of Beetlejuice. And my current hyperfixation is miniatures and models. So this really spoke to me on such a level. But the hands belong to Adam, played by Alec Baldwin, who cradles the spider and marvels at it. He rushes out of the room into an open window. Bright greenery is right outside, surrounding a town that looks exactly like the model that we just passed.
I knew that this was going to be a nostalgic ride for me the second that he picked up the spider, because I remember so distinctly being so terrified as a kid. And the fact that he was touching it was so strange to me.
What are you doing?
Yeah. But it's like it unlocked this memory that I didn't even remember that I had.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's just going to be all day, I think.
Oh, no. I seen him. I was like, man, he's so young. You forget. It's Pete Schwetty.
That is
It
true.
is. It is.
But I the same thing. I feel like, too, it's telling us who he is. You know what I mean? The Spider thing. I was like, I didn't remember that either. And watching it, I was like, oh, okay. You're a good guy.
I think that Alec Baldwin revisiting this is such surprising casting for me.
Yeah.
It feels very much like Bruce Willis in Death Becomes Her, where it's like, I can't believe you are playing this role because it's so against type. You know what I mean? But I think he's so good in this. And Alec Baldwin actually went on to talk a lot of shit about this movie.
What?
And how he didn't like his performance. He didn't like the movie. Tim Burton said that he thought that Alec Baldwin did a fantastic job as Adam, but that he doesn't think that Alec Baldwin ever really saw this movie for what it was. Like, he never fully got the vision of it. And that's why I guess he doesn't like it.
I don't understand that. I think he talked himself out of being Batman, perhaps, as well. It's like, well, that kind of attitude.
That's why.
Yeah.
You got it. You got it, boss.
We got a perfectly good follow-up point right here. But no, I don't understand how you could have that kind of hindsight on it.
Yeah.
I would just be excited to have been a part of it, and the fact that he does very well.
Right. Even if you don't understand it, like you said, I would be like, I did something on there.
He really does. I do wonder if it has anything to do with, because there was some criticism. We're going to meet his wife in a second. But there was pretty vocal criticism that they are boring.
What?
That this couple that we're about to meet is very boring, that they don't offer anything to the story, and that Tim Burton put all of his focus on the characters that we meet later.
I think they're the emotional weight and the anchor of the story.
That's what Tim Burton said, is you kind of need them to balance out everything else. I don't find them boring, but maybe boring in an endearing way, the way that we see them in a minute, where it's like they're content and they're happy and they just want to be here in their house.
Yeah.
Like boring in that way, like a homebody, you know?
Well, then I'm boring as shit.
Exactly. Dude. It's not like, oh my God, these fucking people are on the screen again. Like, I never, ever felt that way about either. I think that they're adorable. I think that they're really funny. I was really shocked to read that was a pretty prevalent criticism of Beetlejuice.
Right.
But as Harry Belafonte croons Sweetheart from Venezuela, Adam lets the spider go out of the window before returning back to his model.
You mentioned Harry Belafonte again. I did read, and I couldn't confirm in more than one source, so I didn't know if I should say anything. The slowed down version of the Banana Boat song, Deo, at the beginning, I heard the vocals were provided by Danny Elfman.
Huh.
Oh.
Because it does not sound like the version that we hear later.
Right.
It doesn't. Interesting if true.
Yeah.
It is a very heavy, it's a Harry Belafonte heavy soundtrack. And Tim Burton said that they're listening to Calypso because they're on vacation.
Oh, I love it.
Which is really cute.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they're listening to.
Yes.
Like, period.
Exclusively. It's just the one album, I guess.
Yeah.
They really like it. But he leans over the model, inspecting it closely as Barbara, played by Gina Davis, enters the room behind him.
It's Thelma.
Yeah.
Yes. And we talked about her in The Fly.
Oh, yeah.
And Tim Burton said that Gina Davis was the only one who immediately seemed to get what this was, and she was so eager to be there.
I feel with everything that goes on in this film, I don't think that her performance gets the credit it deserves.
I agree.
Because I think she is also fantastic in this film.
Oh, yeah.
She really is. And then that's just adorable to me that she showed up and was like, hell yeah, let's do this.
Yeah. She seems like, you know what I mean? She'd be really cool and like,
Yes.
oh, no, this is what we're doing. Let's do it.
Yes. But complimenting his work, she's all smiles and comes bearing a gift. She hands it over, commenting, "Happy vacation, honey." He opens the gift and is amazed to find Manchurian tongue oil. He asks where she got it, and with a grin, she reveals that Helen got it for her in Oslo, and it is TUNG oil, not like a like lick a tongue.
The Pokemon?
I was going to say, what the fuck?
You could have just said the human tongue.
Not a tongue.
Because we all have
Not
them.
the tongue that we have. Moving on.
Please.
That's for his builds.
The Pokemon?
Yes.
No, Adam.
Oh.
But he's amazed, remarking that there's enough oil there to do the whole table. He casually raises his hand up to the ceiling and brings down a wrapped gift for Barbara. She tears the wrapping off to reveal a roll of wallpaper. She thanks Adam and hugs him. Adam hugs his wife back, telling her that there's enough paper there to do the entire guest room. Barbara tells him that she's so glad they decided to spend their vacation at home. And eager to get started, Barbara tries to hurry away. But Adam pulls her back, lowering the both of them onto a covered chair. The two share a kiss, but they're interrupted when the phone rings. Barbara volunteers to go get it, and Adam tells her to go ahead. But as soon as she starts to get up, he pulls her back onto the chair and kisses her. Barbara proposes that maybe he should go get it. But when he makes a move to, she pulls him back down and kisses him.
See, the gift giving and this moment of affection between both of them, I don't know how you can see them but as anything but adorable.
They're adorable.
Maybe it's that. Maybe they're too adorable and they were like, this shouldn't be that way. But I mean, they're fine. I mean, well, because if they're like, this is scary, they don't need to be too happy. And
look,
come on, man.
At one point, I was a very lonely critic too. And I might have lashed out at certain things. But let love live. It's beautiful.
Yeah, well, not only that, we need this.
Yes,
we need
it's
this.
important.
Yeah.
Giggling, the two continue to kiss until they hear a horn honking outside. Adam and Barbara hurry to the window where Adam just freed the spider, in time to see a woman getting out of her car and jogging to the side door. Barbara realizes that it's Jane, and as the phone continues to ring shrilly downstairs, Adam reminds his wife that it's her turn. She runs down the stairs, and Adam is close behind her. Before they part ways and Barbara goes to the door in the kitchen and Adam disappears downstairs, he pulls her back for one more kiss and wishes her luck. Barbara pulls up the shade over the window in the kitchen door to reveal Jane Butterfield, played by Annie McEnroe, peering at her through the glass. She lets herself in, relieved that she was able to catch Barbara because she heard they were on vacation. Barbara confirms that they are, but Jane steps into the kitchen anyway, boasting that she comes today with an offer of $260,000. Barbara tries to remind Jane that it's 6:45 in the morning, but that's not deterring her. She shares that the offer came from a man in New York City who has only seen a photo.
Interesting.
Yeah. Barbara pleads with Jane to stop sending people pictures of her house, but Jane rebuts that the man wants somewhere to take his wife and kid for some peace and quiet. But Barbara points out that that's what she wants too. She ushers Jane back to the door that she came in from, but Jane is standing firm, protesting that the house is just too big for them. It's really for a couple with a family. Barbara's good nature fades away, and a look of sadness takes over her face. Jane assures her that she didn't mean anything by it, but the house is just too big for them. Kinder than Jane deserves, Barbara guides her the rest of the way out of the house, promising to see her next week.
This is our house.
Yes!
Yeah, I didn't understand. Why are you trying to sell my house again? Because of what?
Yeah.
And that's so fucking rude.
Yeah.
Like, mind your own fucking business. Jane should have had her ass beat.
No,
Honestly,
God damn.
she should have, just for that. Don't say shit like that.
That's how Beetlejuice starts?
Yeah.
Barbara just kicks her ass in the kitchen and then...
Yeah. She deserved it. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
Jane continues to prattle on even after Barbara closes the door and pulls the shade back over the window. But in the basement, Adam starts a cassette of Harry Belafonte's Man Smart, Woman Smarter as he fiddles about. So, okay, as I'm scripting this, all I'm thinking of is man smart, the woman is smarter from The Simpsons, right?
Yeah.
So as I'm working on this script, we put The Simpsons on, and that was the next episode.
Really?
I was fucking, I was like, what are the fucking odds? I could not stop laughing.
That's nuts. It's really getting out of hand.
Did it? Oh, it was. While Barbara tends to the dishes in the kitchen, he raises the shade on the window above his workbench. Jane lets out a little yelp as she's caught once again peering in through the window. She speaks quickly, informing Adam that she was just telling Barbara about an offer on the house. Adam gives her a succinct no and lowers the shade back, dismissing her from his presence. Again, Jane is out of pocket.
Yeah.
I don't condone violence, but I'm just saying I wouldn't judge Barbara. That's all I'm saying. But he calls upstairs to Barbara, asking her to come with him to the store. Barbara asks what for, and when Adam explains that he wants a new brush for the tongue oil, she unties her apron, agreeing to go if Adam will just run inside. The quirky and lively music begins again when Adam and Barbara head outside and get in their bright yellow car.
Bright yellow car.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
And a red door on the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But after settling in behind the wheel, Barbara starts the car and they begin their journey to the town below. Adam muses that 2 weeks at home is the perfect vacation. And when Barbara tells him that Jane thinks the house should go to a family with kids, Adam makes it clear that he doesn't think that's any of Jane's business. And he's goddamn right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kissing his wife's neck, he reminds her that they could try again while they're on vacation, and this elicits a giggle from Barbara. They continue through a red-covered bridge, and they're already in town. They slow the car as a dog casually crosses the street, and they call hello to Ernie, played by Maurice Page, who stands on the side of the road polishing a statue.
So as you mentioned in the intro, the production designer was a guy called Bo Welch.
Mm-hmm.
And interestingly, I believe he's been nominated for 4 Academy Awards.
Damn.
Oh, damn.
But he worked as an art director on The Color Purple.
Oh.
And as you said, Lost Boys, which I have a differing story, as you had mentioned.
Yeah.
The story that Bo Welch told is that since it was on the Warner Brothers lot that they were working on, Tim Burton came down to the Lost Boys set and he met Bo Welch there and he was admiring his work. So completely different than the way Burton tells it.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
But that's how he got the job for Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
And so, interestingly, because of this, him and Burton would go on to work together on Edward Scissorhands, Batman Returns, and then I think he also, and this has nothing to do with Tim Burton, but he was the production designer for Men in Black.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
But they were talking about the production of this film, and I believe that it went 7 weeks total. Interestingly, it was extended because of casting issues, which I think you probably know much more about.
Mm-hmm.
But they spent 6 weeks on interior sets in Culver City, and we'll talk about a few of them a little bit later.
Okay.
But they spent 1 week on location in a town in Vermont called East Corinth. And the way that they found this town was they mentioned it in this interview that was from like a few months ago, but location scouting has changed dramatically over the decades because a lot of things that you can do now with Google Maps and just kind of go on like Street View.
Yeah.
But back then, he said, we drove across the entire state of Vermont.
Damn.
And as they were doing this, they stopped at a gas station and they kept seeing the same postcards for this town called East Corinth. And because of these postcards, they're like, I think this would kind of be perfect for Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
And so they go there, and of course, it is perfect for Beetlejuice. So we see the house that the Maitlands live in. This is one of the things that were completely fabricated for the production.
Mm-hmm.
I think they said it was a 3.5 sided house. It's like a facade that's built on a hill.
Okay.
But it looks so real.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's so part of this town.
Yeah.
But it was completely fabricated for the production. The other thing that was made was that red bridge.
Okay.
And they had said that whenever they made it, the town loved it. And they wanted to keep it, but because of insurance reasons with the production company, they couldn't, and so they had to tear it down.
Oh, wow.
But apparently there is a lot of memorabilia and a lot of things that were built for the production that are still in East Corinth.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
really cool. I will say it is so perfect for this film that the pieces that are integrated, I guess the Maitland house and the bridge,
Yeah.
the town fits so perfectly that it's almost hard to believe that town is real.
Honestly.
Yeah.
And that it was not just completely made for this because it's seamless.
Yeah, I agree.
As soon as Barbara pulls up to Maitland Hardware, Adam hops out. Old Bill, played by Hugo Stranger, sits outside of the barber shop next door. He asks Adam if he needs a haircut while he's on vacation, and when the answer is a polite no, Bill asks about Adam's model. Adam tells him that it's good and heads inside, but Old Bill keeps talking. He says that Adam told him that Bozeman built the foundation in 1835, but his grandson. But Adam isn't listening. He's already inside. The wind chimes on the door jingle as he closes it and helps himself to what he needs. But outside, Old Bill is still having a one-sided conversation about someone with hair past his shoulders that came in for just a trim.
Poor Bill, man.
I know. That's what someone to talk to.
Give him a minute or two, you know?
His arms full of supplies, Adam leaves, scampering back to the car and telling Bill that he'll see him later. As soon as he gets back into the passenger seat, Barbara pulls off.
Did he pay for his own supplies from his own store?
Did he? I think he might have.
Because I remember the cash register opening and I
Yeah.
was like, that's just adorable.
Well,
Keeping inventory.
yeah.
On their way back to the covered bridge, Adam asks Barbara if she really wouldn't rather be in Jamaica or somewhere like that. With a big smile, Barbara tells her husband, no way. There's no place like... But before she can finish, Adam yells for her to watch out. That cute little dog that scurried across the street back in town is in the road again. Barbara swerves dramatically to avoid hitting it and crashes through the side of the covered bridge. This is
Yep.
a recurring theme
Yeah.
of the last couple weeks.
Do you think that it could be an influence?
Maybe. I didn't even think about it until I said it right now.
Yeah.
Because honestly, even what comes after, it's a little...
Yeah? Yeah. Their car pokes out, sending pieces of wood down into the water below, but the car stops. They turn to see that the dog is balanced precariously on a plank of wood jutting up from the ground. His weight is somehow keeping the car in place, but he quickly grows bored and walks away, leaving the car to tip forward. The Maitlands scream as the car plunges down into the water, and the dog that caused it all watches from the bridge and gives a bark as the car bobs in the water, completely upside down.
I don't remember this. I'll be honest. This happened and I was like, they're fucking dead?
I know.
I
I
was
know.
like, what the fuck?
I didn't remember it happening so quickly, and I
Yeah.
don't think I really remembered how it happened either.
Yeah.
But already.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
we don't know that yet. But
Well,
no.
they've had an
That's
accident.
an accident. Yes.
On the bridge. The
Yes,
dog
on the
orchestrated it. Go ahead.
This did remind me of the bridge from In the Mouth of Madness.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
You know, thinking about it now, even the way the car flips over is reminiscent of Carnival of Souls.
That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
That's wild.
Again with the timing, with the accidental timing.
hmm
back at their house, the cuckoo clock chirps, announcing the hour, and flames burst to life on their own in the fireplace. The door creaks open, spilling sunlight into the house, and Adam and Barbara enter, soaking wet, hand in hand. Barbara quips sarcastically that this is the perfect start to their vacation, but Adam assures her that she'll feel better once she's dry. Their shoes squelch as they walk into the living room, where Barbara notes that fire wasn't burning when they left.
I love the switch in the music from whimsical while they're in town to suddenly growing more menacing
Yeah.
and ominous once they return home.
Yeah. Adam isn't bothered. He just checks on Barbara, asking how her arm is feeling. She tells him that she's actually not sure because it feels frozen. I did read that their crash in the script was a lot more gory and gruesome and grisly, and that Barbara's arm gets like completely crushed. And it makes sense why he's like, how's your arm?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm like, y'all just fell in the water. Like,
Yeah.
everything I think was equally affected.
I think that would not work very well for me.
Right.
To see this adorable couple be brutally mutilated by this car accident.
Yeah, that might be a lot.
I think it's a bit much to return to this house like this.
Yeah, I was going to say that we just strut in.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
How's your arm feeling?
Yeah. It's weirdly fine. They sit down to warm themselves in front of the fire, the flame reflected bright in Adam's round glasses. They hold their hands out to the warmth, but the fire suddenly blazes, startling them. With some alarm, Adam raises his wife's hand to reveal that her first and second finger are lit like candles. Barbara's eyes widen with surprise as she blows them out, and she and Adam share a look of shock. A dramatic score plays as we see the outside of the house beneath an ominous orange sky. Inside, Barbara leads Adam down the hall, tasking him with getting wood for the fire while she makes them some coffee. But Adam stops, proposing that maybe they should take things extra slow. He asks Barbara if she remembers how they even got back to the house. He says he's going back down to the bridge to retrace their steps. Adam goes through the front door and hurries down the porch, but suddenly he's standing in a sandy desert beneath a stark blue sky. Branches twist up from the sand in odd shapes and an unseen creature growls. Adam turns and stares in fear as something huge and striped black and white plunges down into the sand right in front of him. But Barbara's hands yank him out of harm's way and somehow back onto the porch.
Is that hell? Or
What was that?
Yeah, because I understand, and it's so interesting to me, again, the creativity in this world building.
Right.
That outside of this kind of a situation, that's what is out there.
Yeah. Well, I think it's said later that this is Saturn.
The planet.
Yeah.
All right. You know what's wild is I saw...
Moving on.
Yeah, no, I saw in a lot of things online, they kept saying it was Jupiter. And I was like, I swear they said Saturn in the film.
Yeah, they did.
So
they're like, no, Jupiter's the desert.
Yeah.
That's the hot one.
it's a planet. It's all they have. But that is wild. So that's where they're going?
I guess.
That's
And
interesting.
then we do see it later, spoiler alert, but there's like a moon hanging in the sky. There's another big planet really close. So I don't know.
Interesting.
I will say that it is interesting that you said about Danny Elfman wrote the score for the script.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he saw it, it was something different because they talked about in the script this thing that we're going to see better later. It's striped black and white. It's a spectacle. It's big. It's cartoonish. It is a they're slithering brown like worm monsters in the script. So I can see how you would read that, write something, and then see this thing and be like, oh my God, that's not at all. Like it's such the interpretation of this already like weird and whimsical script is really just turned the fuck up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing that's very strange to me, the, I guess, pattern scheme of these creatures is very reminiscent of a particular outfit worn by a very popular character, I'll say. And so my child mind always associated the two of them together almost as like an extension.
Right.
But it could not be further from the truth.
Yeah.
It's not, but I also think that a visual that we see later would, as a kid, help
that
fuel that fire. Yeah. But Adam starts to tell Barbara that she saved his life, but she interrupts him, saying that he was gone for 2 hours.
Jesus.
It was like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, space flight and
Yeah.
It's a lot to contend with.
Mhm.
She grabs his hand and leads him inside the house, which is completely dark now. Adam is confused, but Barbara takes him to the mirror above the fireplace, telling him gravely that she has to show him something. I mean, in 2 hours, she did have time to figure some shit out. They stand in front of the mirror, but no reflection greets them in the glass. Barbara picks up one of the toy horses on the mantle and makes it trot through the air. And sure enough, the horse is mirrored in front of them, but they are not. Barbara says that that's only one of the things she needed to show him. She points over at the end table where a beam of light falls upon the cover of a book. Depicted are a smartly dressed man and woman holding hands with their back to us and staring at the sun peeking through the clouds. The title presides over this: Handbook for the Recently Deceased.
So one thing that I was a little confused about, I thought it was just vampires couldn't see the reflection, because we see demons and ghosts all the time in other movies that they're there.
That's true. Not here.
No, not in this universe. Because, yeah, oftentimes you see in the mirror and you turn around, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
It's the other way around.
Right.
But I guess they're going another way with it.
Yeah. Well,
They're doing their own thing.
Yeah. I got to say, just seeing this book, it is so, and I know I keep saying this word, it might be the word of the day. It's so whimsical.
Yeah.
It's so fun. Just this icon of pop culture, and seeing this book again, it's very, very cool to me.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's such an inventive idea. It's like a brochure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tim Burton, I'm trying to remember the exact quote, but he had said the imagining of the way that things work in the situation, they wanted it to be less like sky and clouds and more like an IRS office.
And we get that.
Okay. Yeah.
And this is just so, it's like, what do you mean a handbook? And you
Yeah.
have to figure it out. Like, that's hilarious.
It is, and I think it also sets a bit of a tone for the movie.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, we're not going to go any darker than what we've already done.
Yeah,
know what I
really.
mean?
But Adam picks it up and reads it as Handbook for the Recently Diseased. But when Barbara corrects him, he stares at the cover again with a newfound gravity. Barbara admits that she doesn't know where it came from, but she invites Adam to look at the publisher. Opening the book, he does. Handbook for the Recently Deceased Press.
Well,
With a tremble in her voice, Barbara confesses that she doesn't think they survived the crash. Later in their bedroom, Adam lies down skimming the book as Barbara paces back and forth nervously. She asks him to just give her the basics, but Adam says that it's not how the book is set up. He asks her what she wants to know specifically. Barbara wants to know a few things. Why did Adam disappear when he stepped off the porch? Are they halfway to heaven or halfway to hell? How long is this going to last? Flipping through the pages, Adam reports that he doesn't see anything about heaven or hell, but he admits that the book reads like stereo instructions. He reads a passage: geographical and temporal perimeters. Functional perimeters vary from manifestation to manifestation. He slams the book closed, causing a cloud of dust to explode from it. But Barbara just shakes her head, and when Adam tells her dejectedly that it's just going to take time, she collapses onto the bed. We see the silhouette of the house on the hill in the darkness of night before dipping down below. Here, in a room we've never seen before, an array of candles burn on a table, and among the melted wax, there are business cards adorned with a beetle man wielding a mallet. The card boasts Beetlejuice, the bio-exorcist, and stacked on top of each other next to the beetle is the name 3 times: Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
careful now.
We pan over as someone with a deep and gruff voice hums. In their hands, they clasp a newspaper, the headline warning, "Sandworm incidents increase." Apparently, they're up 13% from last year.
That deserves the front page.
Yeah.
It's
What the fuck?
alarming.
Yeah.
In the black and white photo, a creature juts out of the sand, striped black and white, its mouth opened to reveal a second face, this mouth open and bearing many sharp teeth. The reader mutters, "Damn sandworms." He asserts that he better find a job and flips over to what he calls the business section, but his business section is the obituary page. Black and white faces stare back at us over their death notices, but the reader focuses in on one in particular. Sitting side by side with pixelated expressions of dismay are Barbara and Adam. Beneath their picture are the words, "Please welcome the Maitlands." The man chuckles, remarking that they're a cute couple and they look nice and stupid too.
Jeez.
I know.
The chuckle breaks into a gravely laugh.
And this is the juice beetle?
Maybe.
We'll see. Yeah. We don't know. Back at the house, as Deo plays, Barbara dusts the cobwebs from Adam's crafting room in the attic as he looks over his model. In the graveyard of the town, he's made 2 floral arrangements, one marked Barbara and one marked Adam. I was like, that was quick.
Yeah.
This is how he's processing.
Mm-hmm.
Adam laments that he wishes he had a better view of the cemetery because he can't tell what the best placement for them is. He picks up their floral arrangements and moves them. Exasperated, Barbara settles down on the covered chair, welcomed by a cloud of dust bursting from it. Still looking at his model, Adam wonders if she's got cabin fever, but Barbara's just frustrated because she can't clean anything properly. Their vacuum is in the garage and they can't leave the house.
That's
Is it weird that they keep their vacuum in the garage?
A little bit.
Okay, just wondering.
kind of far.
It's a little far. She picks up the handbook and asks why they don't tell them something. She wonders where all the other dead people are and why it's just the 2 of them. With a grin, Adam proposes that maybe this is heaven, but Barbara counters that if it were heaven, there wouldn't be dust on everything. They hear a car door slam outside, and like they did before, they hurry to the window. Jane steps out of her car, dressed in black, and looks up at the house, her grief reflected in her body language. She stands with a young girl, little Jane, played by Rachel Middleman. Adam leans out of the window, yelling and trying to get her attention, but Jane can't see or hear him. After a moment of looking up at the house, she leads the little girl back to the car. Inside, Barbara has settled back down on the couch and correctly guesses that Jane couldn't see him. She points out rule number 2 in the book. The living usually won't see the dead. Adam asks, can't or won't? But Barbara repeats that the book says won't. Annoyed, she flips through the pages, expressing that this book is stupid and she can't understand anything in it. Adam takes it away from her and closes it. He tells her plainly, "Barbara, honey, we're dead." He tells her that he doesn't think they have very much to worry about anymore.
Yeah, but we should probably still read the book.
We should still read the book for sure.
What about what happened when we went outside?
Yes.
Oh, no, yeah.
Like, we got
That's
at least
a big worry. You're right.
At least.
I have a lot of questions. Outside, Jane drives away, passing a sign erected on the property in front of a group of grazing cows. For sale by Jane Butterfield Real Estate. That bitch. I'm so mad.
This is the day of their funeral, right?
Yeah.
God damn.
I told you. She sucks, man. In their bedroom, Adam and Barbara lie beneath a blanket. But when Adam turns and pulls the blanket with him, he reveals that Barbara is no longer on the bed, but floating in midair, asleep.
That is so cool.
It's really cool. We linger on framed wedding photos on their mantle as they start to shake, a rumbling echoing through the house. This wakes the couple up, and as soon as Barbara regains consciousness, her body plummets to the floor. Still dressed in their same outfits, they jump up and hurry into the hall. From their view of downstairs, they can see that the front door is wide open. A couch is pushed down a ramp until it comes to a harsh stop at the bottom of the stairs. Delia Dietz, played by Catherine O'Hara, enters, casting a displeased look at the movers, played by J.J. Saunders and Mark Ettlinger, who offer an apology.
It's Kevin's mom.
Oh, yeah.
It is.
And Sally.
And Sally, yeah.
Cookie Fleck. Yeah.
She's so fucking good. Watching her in this, I feel like everybody has their moments that they remember and stuff, but her as Delia, she is so fucking funny.
Yes.
And I feel like she is not properly recognized for how funny she is in this. I've never seen Schitt's Creek, but watching her in this makes me want to watch Schitt's Creek for her.
Okay.
Like, she's so comedically gifted.
I remember her on Curb for an arc.
Yes!
Yeah.
As a Funkhauser, I think, right? Yeah, she's just hilarious.
She's great.
She's so funny. And it is funny because the original casting for Delia Dietz was, and she another queen that would have fucking ate it up, but Angelica Houston.
I could see.
Okay.
She would have killed it.
I feel like the humor of this character is it's just Catherine O'Hara.
I will say I think we would have gotten a different Delia Dietz.
Yes.
But Angelica Houston, I think, would have been another very interesting choice. I am glad that it's Catherine O'Hara because I feel that way. I think about pretty much everybody in this cast. I can't imagine it being anybody else.
Right.
Well, we could recast one person.
We can recast one person swiftly, and we'll talk about that in a
Yes.
minute. But Angelica Houston had to back out because she was sick.
Oh.
So Catherine O'Hara was approached and she turned it down. And Tim Burton flew out to meet her in person and he convinced her to say yes. And it's a good thing that she did because when shooting wrapped, Tim Burton told the production designer, Bo Welch, who we keep talking about, you should ask Catherine out. And Bo Welch said that he didn't even know that they were allowed to talk to the actors. But after Tim Burton said that, he was like, yeah, maybe I will. So he got his courage up and asked her out. And she said yes. They were married in 1992 and 2 kids. And 32 years later, they are still married.
Damn.
That is such a lovely story.
I know. I was like, that's fucking adorable. But Delia takes a moment to survey the room before she's interrupted by her husband, Charles Dietz, played by convicted sex offender and scumbag piece of shit, Jeffrey Jones. With an attempted kiss on the cheek, Charles welcomes his wife to their new home before assuring her that there was no damage to the stairs due to good, sturdy country craftsmanship. He invites her to look at the kitchen, adding that she'll finally be able to cook a decent meal.
I don't know. One thing I will say is after everything that we've experienced with the Maitlands, you're like, oh yeah, the family from New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I completely forgot.
We're a little distracted.
Yeah.
Delia looks up at her husband, and when her eyes narrow into an annoyed squint, Charles takes his cue and hurries to the kitchen. He tries on a big smile, but it falters when he turns and sees her face again. Still visibly annoyed, Delia looks around the home before surmising that with a little gasoline and a blowtorch, it'll be no problem. The movers set down a chair inhabited by Lydia Dietz, played by Winona Ryder, who is swathed in black clothing and clutching a camera.
Well, if it isn't my childhood crush.
She's great. You know what I mean?
She's incredible.
I don't think there's really anything to say. It's Winona Ryder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, she's iconic.
I am so glad to see her career renaissance.
Yeah.
Yes.
She is one of those people that just seems like a gem.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And there were so many people considered for the role of Lydia Dietz. I'm about to rattle off a lot of names. Lori Loughlin, Justine Bateman, Jennifer Connelly, Molly Ringwald, Sarah Jessica Parker, Diane Lane, Brooke Shields, Juliette Lewis auditioned.
Really?
Yeah, she could do it.
I could see.
And it was down to Winona Ryder and Alyssa Milano.
Winona Ryder.
Oh.
But Tim Burton watched Winona Ryder and Lucas, and it cemented her for him. And he said that in Burton on Burton, he said that he had been warned that Winona Ryder was deeply religious and that she was not going to find this content funny and she wouldn't appreciate it at all. But he was like, that was just not true at all.
Huh.
Who's?
I don't know.
You know,
It was
What?
Alyssa Milano's people.
Yeah. Was her
I heard
agent.
she's like a bitch. Dude.
Yeah, it's terrible to work with, I heard.
And I talked about them bringing in Warren Scarron to help with the screenplay and stuff. From what I've read, the most notable contribution of his was Lydia had a little sister. And this relationship that we see, as the film progresses between Lydia and a certain couple, it wasn't Lydia. It was her little sister. And his most noted contribution is that he took that little sister out, and the dynamic in the relationship was all given to Lydia. Everything that was split between the two sisters was just all given to Lydia.
I think we have enough characters here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know really what Lydia would be doing. I guess it would be the other aspect of it only.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was a necessary change.
Right.
But her father comes back in, declaring that they are going to have to rip out all the plumbing. But other than that, it's perfect. He asks Lydia what she thinks of the house, and she answers that Delia hates it. And eyeing a spider standing proudly in the center of its web, she decides, I could live here. Delia, however, is frantic when one of the movers comes in holding a peculiar sculpture, a round base with something branch-like jutting off to one of the sides. She implores him to be careful with it, emphatic that it's hers. Not hers as in she bought it, but hers as in she made it. She stares into his face for any trace of accolades, but when he just looks back at her blandly, her face falls and she tells him flatly to just put it on the table. He does, tossing it roughly before heading back outside.
Yeah, he threw it on the table.
Dude, yeah.
Quickly, Delia props the sculpture back up on thin and spindly legs. Charles sits in a rocking chair, and as he rocks back and forth, he consults his watch. He reports that they've been here for 10 minutes, and he's already perfectly at ease. It's perfect. His serenity is broken, though, when someone starts to climb in through the window. Delia immediately identifies him as Otho and rushes to help him in. Charles stands, questioning why he doesn't just come in through the front, but falling into the house and taking the delicate curtains and rod down with him. Otho, played by Glenn Shaddix, asserts that it's bad luck.
I seen a window open. I said, fuck it. I don't know why. Why are you crawling in there?
Well, and nobody even reacts to him destroying the curtains.
No.
Really?
That's fine.
Glenn Shaddix. So I know we talked about him in Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yes.
Yeah.
He also was in Heathers in 88 and Planet of the Apes in 01.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
And he is another one who's just really fucking funny in this.
Yeah.
I think that as a kid, I could not fully appreciate the hilariousness of this character.
Yeah.
It's a lot of really good line delivery.
Yeah.
It's just fantastic work.
But when he stands, Delia fawns over him, telling him how happy she is that he left the city for her. Eyeing the room around him, Otho offers a nonplussed, "Of course you are." He strolls past the Dietz couple as Charles joins his wife, reminding her that they are here to enjoy the country, not trash the place. As Lydia lines up a shot with her camera, Otho tells Charles that he's lucky that all the yuppies are buying condos, so he'll be able to afford what Otho is going to have to do to this place. Charles counters that he's here to relax and clip coupons, and that's what he means to do. But Delia grips her husband's chin between her fingers and invites him to do it quietly before tracing a quick flit of her tongue against the tip of his nose. Otho continues, asking if the rest of the house is as bad as this.
So, from what I'm understanding, does this sound like something temporary? Like, are they trying to flip the house? Because the way Charles makes it seem is it's like, we're here to relax. It's almost like for now.
Yeah, yeah.
That's interesting. Well, Jane said that he wants a nice, relaxing place to take his wife and kid.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like once he's here...
Yeah, well, regardless, they're going to destroy the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the Maitlands, I know.
Right.
But it was just odd the way that they're framing it.
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
almost thought, too, it was like a vacation home or something like that. But then
Yeah.
the way they're making it seem, it did seem like that. So you're just trying to fix it to sell it?
Yeah. I don't know. I took it as Charles being like, no, we live here now. We're slowing down. Delia being deeply unhappy about it.
Mm-hmm.
And as the film goes on, we see Charles kind of like not being able to control his instincts or his greed or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Upstairs, Barbara and Adam still stand, listening to all of this unfold. It's sad because you kind of forget that they're listening and listening to Delia and Otho being like, this place fucking sucks.
Yeah, dude. It's our home.
Yeah.
Barbara questions if this is some kind of punishment and wonders what they're going to do. With a grin, Adam shares that they're not completely helpless. He's been reading that book and it has a word for people in their situation. Ghosts. Pulling twin cans of spray paint out of his pocket, Otho hands one over to Delia and the two head upstairs, ready to get started. Otho continues to disparage the house, citing its complete lack of organic flow, and Delia agrees, likening it to a giant ant farm. On the second floor, Otho looks down the hall just in time to see someone disappearing around the corner in one of the rooms. His concern is apparent on his face, and when Delia asks what's wrong, he switches back to his bored and nonchalant affect, excusing that he just thought he saw something.
Isn't that a cause for concern in some capacity?
Yeah.
You would think. It is interesting, though, because I feel like we do here in this section, we plant a couple seeds that Otho is maybe a little more sensitive
Yes.
to this side of things than the rest of the family.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Delia is just fucking clueless.
Yeah.
They move on quickly, continuing into the bedroom. Delia takes her can of paint and sprays the word mauve large over the flowery wallpaper. Otho admits that she read his mind, and Delia is amazed by this, especially when he continues that so few clients are able to do that because they're not open to the experience. This dude is he's just such a character. She follows him eagerly when he approaches the closet. He opens the door and turns the light on, revealing Barbara hanging from a noose. Her head leans to the side and she bulges her eyes. Delia and Otho gasp, and Barbara brings her hand to her face, ripping the flesh away. Eyes shoot from nerves out of her exposed skull as she lets out a shriek. But that's not what Otho and Delia are disgusted by. Delia mutters, "Oh my God," while Otho says a prayer that the other closets are bigger than this one.
Wow.
I'd want to rip my face off too.
Yeah, literally though. I read a transcript from a podcast that Rob Tharp was on, and he did a lot of painting. He and his wife did on the sculptures in this. But he said that Xxena Davis came down to their workspace so that they could do a live cast of her face for this. And that how they did it was they filmed the eyes being snatched back into her head and reversed it.
Oh, brilliant.
Which, yeah, I would never have guessed, and it's so successful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I will say, I know that we are new to being ghosts. I feel like they're taking a lot of risks.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I have not read this book. I don't know if we return to normal or...
Oh,
Yeah.
can I just put it back on?
Yeah. Just throw... Yeah, you ripped your fucking face off. And then what we see next is
Yeah.
like, dude.
They're rolling
is
the dice.
Yeah.
But Otho roughly shoves Barbara's body to the side before pulling out dry cleaning bags containing the white dress and black suit that Barbara and Adam got married in. I will say, I know that it's no longer Xxena Davis hanging there, but the way that he just whips this body is so fucking funny to me.
Well, again, though, it does look funny, but it helps sell that
Yes.
we don't see
It's
what
not
the fuck.
even-
Yeah.
It's hilarious because he's just doing it with the rest of the clothes. It's so funny. But he holds the dry cleaning bags up, proclaiming Ozzy and Harriet. And Delia's like, ugh, at the sight of these clothes. Otho tosses them rudely to the ground of the closet before slamming the door. As he follows Delia into the ensuite bathroom, he asks what happened to the couple. Delia answers plainly that they died. Unimpressed, she comments, "Oh, look, an indoor outhouse." They continue swiftly into the next room, and when Otho decides Viridian, Delia wonders where she knows that from. He educates her that it's a blue-green, hydrated chromic oxide. He sprays a flourished V onto the wall and reminds Delia that he was schooled in chemistry. He was a hair analyst. Briefly. This man, he wears a lot of hats.
Yeah. He's led a life.
Jack of all trades. He flings the door open to the office where Adam's body lies headless on the floor.
They're escalating. And again, it's like, how do we get this back on? That's all I'm thinking, dude. All
It
I'm
is a
thinking.
risk.
Yeah.
Valid questions. Standing over him, clutching a bloody knife in his dismembered head, her face pale and gaunt, Barbara opens her mouth in a terrifying expression. I will say her stance and her face did remind me of Sleepaway Camp.
I knew, yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah. But Otho just dryly begs to be delivered from LL Bean. Charles jumps into the doorway, screaming, and this finally elicits a startle from them. I don't know why he chose to do that. But he warns that he knows what the two of them are doing, and they're not getting away with it. Barbara eyes Adam's head as he shakes it, realizing that this isn't working at all. Delia tells Charles that she refuses to stop living and breathing art just because he needs to relax. She relents that she's here with him and she'll live in this hellhole, but she must express herself. Her voice rising into a shrill shriek, she promises him that if he doesn't let her gut this house and make it her own, she will go insane and she will take him with her.
It's like, good
Jesus
Lord.
Christ.
We've been here for like an hour.
Yeah, we just got here, dude.
Her delivery is so good.
It is.
So funny.
I feel like what's on the page is funny enough, but she elevates it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Otho just gazes at him coolly as Charles concedes that maybe the house could use a little work, but maybe they can leave this room alone. Delia smiles and accepts this, smiling at him excitedly and playfully poking him as she and Otho cross the room, moving on. Barbara vows, I'm gonna get her. In the hallway, Otho reasons that this place might just be livable once they cover up the wallpaper and knock out a few walls. He asks what's on the third floor, and Delia shrugs that it's attic space. His severed head still clutched in Barbara's hand, Adam realizes that he forgot to lock the attic door. His body springs up from the floor and sprints into the hallway, knocking into the banister as he rights himself. As Delia and Otho climb the stairs, Adam's body whooshes past them, leading Otho to question if she felt something. Because he did, but Delia didn't.
Interesting.
And he's headless.
Yes.
Yes. He is still headless.
I have to say just the practical effects.
Yeah.
And it's very clear how it's done.
Yeah.
But it's so fun that
Yeah.
it's just like part of this charm of this scene and everything.
Yeah.
But Adam makes it to the attic and slams the door behind him. We hear the lock click into place as Delia and Otho stare at the door. Otho tries the knob, and when he finds it to be locked, he asks if Delia has a key. She guesses that Charles might, but Otho is intrigued. He has a feeling that there is something very interesting behind this door. Delia jokes dramatically that it's the ghosts of the people who lived in this house, and they want them out of here. Like, well,
Yeah.
turning Otho back the way they came, she suggests that they do them a favor.
It is really funny, all the like destruction and tearing down walls and stuff that they plan to do in this house. And they're like, we'll leave that door where it is.
Yeah.
That's true. In the office, Charles settles into a chair and props his feet up on the desk. He opens up Practical Homeowner magazine and starts to flip through it, completely ignorant and blind to Adam's headless body strutting into the room. Adam sighs that was close as he picks his head up. Barbara goes over to Charles, waving her hands in front of his face as he continues to flip through the magazine. She asks, what's the good of being a ghost if you can't frighten people away? Adam tries to comfort her, but Barbara refuses this. She declares adamantly that she is not putting up with this. Both back to normal, Barbara rushes down the stairs and Adam follows close behind. As Otho pulls a tape measure down the wall, Barbara yelps in despair and goes into the kitchen. As she opens the back door, Adam reminds her that she doesn't know what's out there, but she doesn't care. As soon as she steps outside, she falls down into that desert world. Adam screams her name, but his voice is carried away on the wind. Barbara stands up and looks around. A piece of the moon sticks jutting out of the sky above her. Clouds whoosh around at an alarming speed, and Barbara calls out for Adam. Elsewhere, with the back door of the kitchen floating behind him, Adam calls out for his wife in return. He runs over to her, ignoring a giant planet looming over them. They embrace each other, and Barbara tells Adam in a frantic tone that she's getting all yellow. But the reunion is short-lived when something growls loudly behind Barbara. They both turn to see the spines of a sandworm peeking out of the sand as it moves along. They run back to the suspended kitchen door, but turn back as the sandworm lurches from the ground. It opens its mouth to reveal another face inside, armed with sharp teeth and a black and white tongue. It stares at them, snarling, but when it leans in toward them, Barbara punches it and it pulls back, whimpering.
What a badass. Huh?
I love her.
Good Lord.
That looks so funny.
Because even the sandworm's like, what the fuck?
I don't know if it's the stop motion animation of the sandworm or what, but there is something that is so, and maybe it is in some of the character designs of different people in the film, but Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah.
1,000%. It's in a lot of the creature design.
The stripe, the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the sandworm shakes it off, giving Barbara and Adam time to run back to the door. After a struggle, they push it open and return home just in time, slamming the door as the sandworm leans in for a fruitless bite. Back in the kitchen, they pant for air and embrace each other, Barbara crying at the realization that they're stuck in the house with these people. And I wonder how long they were gone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But in the dining room, the Dietz family sits, eating out of takeout containers. Between Delia's eccentric style and the giant funeral-style veil draped over Lydia's face from her hat, Charles is the only one not dressed for the occasion. It is funny, too, because you can tell that the headband that Delia is wearing is just gloves.
Yeah.
Spitting a bite back into her container, Delia shares that she can't believe they're eating Cantonese food and asks if there's really no Szechuan here. Lydia comments that she's going to have a stroke due to the amount of MSG, but Delia points out that this is their first meal in this house and they can all do their part to make it a pleasant one. Well, I guess they weren't gone that long.
Well, it was only a couple hours last time.
True.
Yeah.
Charles tells Lydia not to bait her mother and promises that once they get settled, he'll build her a dark room in the basement. Lydia quips that her whole life is a dark room. One big, dark room.
Look, they're giving Lydia a lot of lines that ended up on my composition notebooks.
Literally. Delia surmises that Lydia was miserable in New York City and now she's going to be miserable here in the sticks. So at least her life hasn't been upheaved. Charles, flanked by two lit red candles in the center of the table, comments that he doesn't know about the two of them, but he's perfectly happy here. The people in New York don't know what they're missing. They're not.
No.
Like, I don't know why you feel the need to keep saying how relaxed and happy you are when they're not. As Charles slurps food off his chopsticks, Delia's disagreement is palpable. She offers that they could become the summer art center of New York. She could start sculpting again. She reminds him that she's only truly happy when she's sculpting. Charles agrees that that's a very good idea, adding with a guilty clear of his throat that will be very time-consuming. But his sneaky grin is erased when Delia adds that she's going to finish the house first. Lydia counters that she thinks they should keep the house the way it is. Charles agrees that this, too, is a good idea, but Delia's disapproval brings a heavy silence over them. Charles speaks up again, saying that the furniture people are coming and they need to decide what goes and what stays. But Delia has already decided. Everything goes, including whatever is in the attic. We pan over Lydia to find Adam and Barbara, their faces close together as they peer at the Dietz family from a porthole window to the next room.
Everything goes?
Yeah.
It's like, come on, I wanted you to be a little cooler. We don't got to get rid of everything.
You know, it's wild how many horror films kind of revolve around real estate.
Yeah.
Like, it's just another one.
Dude, we even talked about it with Dracula.
Yeah. It's like, that's what this is about?
Yeah.
We cut to the daytime where we see the outside of the house. It's been repainted in a bright white, and the yard is littered with construction vehicles and furniture store vans. Otho is leading the charge as a large structure is erected onto the house, and Delia follows a construction worker outside who shakes his head as she casually threatens to fire him. Barbara and Adam watch from the window upstairs before he consults the handbook.
I love her line because she says something along the lines of, "Tell me what you do so my husband can fire you."
Yeah.
It's so funny, dude. And again, it's this delivery.
It is.
No, she's hilarious. But Barbara asks if there isn't an index in the book, but he tells her that there's nothing. He continues to flip through until a piece of paper falls onto the floor. He picks it up. Meanwhile, outside, Delia is still frantic and being a nuisance to the people trying to do their jobs as Lydia snaps photos from under her big black sun hat. Frantic, Delia realizes that there are only 3 sculptures and asks where the 4th is. She finds it overhead, suspended from a crane as it's raised to the top of the house. She demands that it be put down. But inside, Adam unfolds the paper that fell out of the book to reveal the ad for Beetlejuice that we saw earlier, but he reads the name as Beetlejuice. He reads the ad, troubled by the living, is death a problem and not the solution, unhappy with eternity, having difficulty adjusting, call Beetlejuice.
It's important
Yeah.
that he keeps fucking up.
Yeah.
Adam is fighting for his life. He is giving Primal Fear. I cannot get used to this name. He really can't. But there's nothing, no number to contact this Beetlejuice.
Mm-hmm.
Adam wonders what a bioexorcist even means. But as Otho continues to direct traffic outside, telling where to put a very curvy set of dressers, Charles steps into the kitchen in his robe. Movers are unpacking boxes, but he instructs them to take half an hour off. He starts to fill a kettle with water and takes a moment to sniff a tea bag before dropping it into his cup. But the relaxation that he yearns for is ruined when the top of Delia's sculpture, shaped like a child's rendition of a tree, comes crashing through the window right next to him. Charles leans out of the window, demanding to know what the hell they're doing.
I just want to call out just the interplay between these exterior on-location shoots that were done in Vermont
Yeah.
and these interior shoots that were done in Culver City. Like, this interplay between them, I maybe to the editing can attribute it to it.
Yeah.
I was just so impressed because whenever you learn that these are not anywhere near the same location or even the same time,
Yeah.
it's fantastic.
You can't even tell, or at least I couldn't.
No, not at
No.
all.
If you just told me, no, this is on a lot or in that town, we did it all there. Oh,
Okay.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Below, Delia continues to scream for them to put the sculpture down, and so the lift driver does. It comes crashing down, its outstretched arms pinning Delia against the house. Men come over and pull it away from her as she asserts that this is her art and it's dangerous. Beginning to cry, she asks them if they really think she wants to die like this.
Very dramatic, I will
Yeah.
say.
Yeah.
Can we talk about her one black sleeve? It's very cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
I don't know if we were going to mention it. But
No, her entire wardrobe is just fantastic. Because it's a white button down with
Yeah.
this one black. I read that she does repurpose a shirt that Charles wears. Later, she's wearing it, but in a weird way. I wonder if it's this. I don't know, but it is a shirt that you see Charles in, and then she's in it later, and she's like Delia'd it up.
Yeah.
Lydia ignores all of this, continuing to take pictures of the front of the house. Adam and Barbara peer down at her from the window, and her mouth gapes in surprise as she lowers the camera from her face and stares back up at them. But when a horn honks, Lydia turns her head in the direction of Jane's incoming car. When she looks back up at the window, Adam and Barbara are gone and curtains hang in their place. Confused, Lydia walks away. But upstairs, Barbara is certain that Lydia saw them, despite Adam asserting that it's not possible.
You clearly didn't read the book.
No.
'Cause-
Yeah.
Again, Adam's fighting for his life. He's having a lot of trouble with this handbook. Lydia approaches Jane's car and asks what happened to the people who lived here. Little Jane answers from behind her window in the back seat. They drowned. Jane agrees with this sadly, adding that they were family and she was devastated. She hands a key over, and when Lydia asks if it's for the attic, Jane shares that it's a skeleton key. It will unlock any door in this house. She tells her to give it to her father and hands over her card, asking her to pass along the knowledge that Jane single-handedly decorated this entire house if they need any help with that area.
I know two things. One is that Charles is never getting that card, and two, Charles is never getting that key.
Yeah.
No and no. And I don't think I would advertise this if I pull up on the house literally being gutted out.
Also true.
Yeah.
They're like, everything must go.
It's not my best work, but
Yeah.
I did do it.
Wouldn't even say anything.
No.
It's like you
that's fine.
clearly
Yeah.
hated him. Lydia takes the key and the card and walks away, leaving Jane to glance at her up and down judgmentally before starting her car. In the attic, Adam works on his model while Barbara holds up her new wallpaper against the wall. Downstairs, the workers have kicked up a giant cloud of dust that spills into the stairway leading to the attic. Lydia walks right through this dust and begins to climb the stairs. When the Maitlands hear her coming, Adam assures Barbara that it's okay because he locked the door. But we see Lydia pull out that skeleton key. As she slides it into the lock, Barbara and Adam look up in alarm and rush to hold the door closed. As they do, the TV turns on by itself. And on the screen, we pan across the model of the cemetery before we find Beetlejuice, played by Michael Keaton, sitting astride a model of a black and white spotted cow swinging a lasso.
It's Captain Jane.
Yeah.
Ray Nicolette.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
Yep.
It's a lot of names we can.
Yeah, no.
It's unbelievable.
Yes.
Yeah.
His career is insane. I really feel like this role was made for him. Tim Burton said that his first choice was Sammy Davis Jr. And the studio was like, no.
That would have been very interesting.
Yeah.
Very different film.
Yes. Adding to it potentially having been a very different film. They were also considering Dudley Moore and Sam Kinison.
I gotta be honest, I think I would have hated that.
Yeah. I think
Beetlejuice is more than just loud, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
I feel.
Yeah.
This, and I just can't stress enough. I know we've already said it multiple times, but this just would have been an entirely different character, performance, like I can't, you just can't imagine it being anybody but him.
Yeah. That is interesting. I don't know. Because I know, again, Sam Kinison, you know what I mean? I understand the screaming thing was a lot. You know, that was his whole bit.
That was, yeah.
Yeah, that
He
was his whole bit.
Pretty married to it.
Yeah. But yeah, I feel like what we get with Michael Keaton's Beetlejuice is just Beetlejuice. That's what it is.
I think it's so like, it's the opposite of a one note
Yes.
performance.
Yeah.
Yes.
He has so many nuances, like second to second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like an incredible thing. It almost, you know how like once he got on a riff, like Robin Williams just couldn't be stopped?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like that, but with even, there's a depth to
Yes.
it too.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's just incredible.
It was David Geffen who fought for Michael Keaton because Tim Burton was not even very familiar with him. So he said, though, that after one meeting, he was completely convinced that it had to be Michael Keaton. They said that even when they were going through that horrible process with the scripting and everything, he and Michael Keaton would meet up and just riff and jot ideas down, and that most of his performance is ad-libbed. And I feel like you can tell in the best way.
Yeah.
But obviously he would go on to later also pick him for Batman.
Mm-hmm. If I'm not mistaken, Michael Keaton got started as a stand-up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is so apparent here.
Yes. I did read as well that he was allegedly inspired by Chop Top in Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2.
Really?
Which is really funny.
I can see that.
Honestly.
Okay.
The note that he got from Tim Burton as well was that Beetlejuice has lived in every time period, but is of no time period.
Mm.
And I feel like that's such an interesting note to take. They did a lot of interesting things with his costumes. Like they're from everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But I did want to talk a little bit about his makeup.
Okay.
Because I learned a lot in that interview with V. Neal. She said that Tim Burton had done this quick pencil sketch of what he wanted Beetlejuice to look like. Because Tim Burton said that it was very important for Beetlejuice to look scary, funny, and gross, but not so gross that the audience was not going to want to look at him. So he gives this quick pencil sketch to V. Neal and is like, this is what I want. She said that it was essentially just a sketch of a derelict, that he did it quick with a pencil and handed it over. So she copied it, brought Michael Keaton in with this makeup, and Tim Burton didn't like it. He said that it was disgusting. Nobody would want to look at it. Not like saying that her work was disgusting, but that the design was just not going to work.
Too much.
Yeah. And in her thing, she was like, I did what the sketch was. She was like, but he didn't like it. So she took Michael Keaton back. She did another variation of the pencil sketch that Tim Burton had done, a little less, brought him in. Tim Burton's like, no, that's not it either. So she was like, can I just try something? Just try something. He was like, yeah. So she takes him back again, and she's like, let's just have a completely new approach. The Afterlife people, some of the other ones that we're going to see in a little bit, were originally meant to be pastel. All of them were going to be very lightly pastel colored. And they decided to go darker because it reads better. Mm-hmm. But she was like, okay, so then Beetlejuice can be our one pastel so that he can look different and he can stand out. So his makeup is not white. It's a very, very pale yellow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. She was like, a lot of people think that it's white, but it's not. And I already talked about how low their budget was for the makeup and the effects. She said that the entire budget for Michael Keaton's look went to his wig. And that as they're going through all these variations of what Beetlejuice is going to look like, they're dyeing it and re-dyeing it and fucking it up more and more. And she said that by the time they're doing this look that they're working on right now, it is disgusting. But she said it worked perfectly for him because previously she'd been like, we're going to fucking ruin that wig. And they didn't have the budget to get another one.
It works out perfectly.
Yeah.
So as she's working on him, Michael Keaton is like, I don't want to look like myself. Is there any way you can break my nose? So she asked the other artist if anybody had a prosthetic for a broken nose. They didn't, but they had prosthetics for swollen lips. So they put one on either side of his nose, and they said that that's what they used for him, period.
Wow.
Yeah. Then she sent a PA to a craft store to get ground up foam and fake moss and a bunch of different colored greens. And I've seen Tim Burton, V. Neal, and Michael Keaton in separate sources all take credit for saying that he should look like he just climbed out from under a rock. Mm-hmm. But that is what, I mean, clearly he's covered in moss. He's gross. He's like, it worked.
There was an interview with the cinematographer. We'll talk about him a little bit more later, but he was like, and Michael Keaton designed his own makeup.
Oh my God.
What?
I think it was a group effort,
Yeah,
but, you know.
I think so too.
But she said that Steve Laporte made the fake teeth, and V. Neal, they were going to put like press on nails for him. And she's like, the performance that he is giving, these nails are going to pop off. It's going to be a huge pain in the ass.
Yeah.
So she has her manicurist come out and do acrylics on him that he had to keep on. He was only there for about 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but he had to keep on the acrylics for the entire time. They're gross. They look fucking dirty. Because, I mean, he's Beetlejuice.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But essentially that was it. And when she brought it into Tim Burton, he was like, yes, that's it.
Okay.
He's funny looking, he's scary looking, and he's gross, but not so gross that you don't want to look at him.
And I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, I feel like because I always wondered, like the moss, you can get it, like the rot or the whatever.
Yeah.
But that's really cool hearing that because it does. I feel like it sets like that tone, like you said, or gives that feeling of crawling out from somewhere. Or how long have you been here that you've got this shit growing on you?
And you're so gross. Everybody else here is taking care of themselves.
They have, yeah. But if you tip it the wrong way too much, then it does become that thing that you're like, ugh, Beetlejuice is fucking nasty. And you can't watch it.
Yeah.
I saw in an interview with Michael Keaton, he was talking about how like freeing the makeup was, and that it was 3.5 hours when he would come in at like 6 a.m. to do his look. And then it was an hour and a half to take it off before he went home. But I read that once he got the makeup on and came on set, the crew was chanting, "Juice, juice, juice." And he said it amped him up so much. His performance is so animated and so fucking funny and just, I mean, the embodiment of this very fleshed out character that, again, okay, are you ready for how long we actually get with Beetlejuice? 17.5 minutes.
That is unbelievable.
That's it.
That's crazy.
That's all.
But it's just enough, and it's sparing in a way that you do kind of want more.
Yeah.
But you don't feel like you
were robbed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And that's kind of like when we talked with Freddie.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's exactly what I said this morning.
Because I wouldn't tell him the time, but I was like, you're going to be surprised.
Yeah.
Because it's really just a testament to the performance that he gives.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you said, we're not like, oh, where's Beetlejuice? Like, it feels like we see him for so much longer than that.
Yeah.
And it is like one of those things we said exactly with Freddie. It is like casting a shadow over everything.
Yes.
Right.
Because you're like, this dude, and he's around. You hear about Beetlegeist a lot.
Yeah.
So he's
seeing his ad.
Yeah, he's a specter.
But now, dressed as a cowboy beneath a flashing sign announcing Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, he asks if they're having trouble with the living. Are they tired of having their home violated? Do they want to get rid of those pesky living critters once and for all? He invites them to come on down and see him, the afterlife's leading bioexorcist. Jumping off the cow, tossing the rope away, and thrusting a finger at the camera, I guess.
Yeah.
He vows that he'll do anything. Lydia leans in close to the door, listening with her hand still gripping the key. Adam has walked away from the door now and is fully watching the TV as intently as Barbara, who still stands guard. Despite his face being partially hidden by sunglasses and a cowboy hat, what we see is pale and mottled. His hair is wild. Beetlejuice continues his spiel, promising to scare the living real bad. He admits that he'll do anything to get their business, even possess himself. He sprawls out on the fake grass, sticking his legs straight in the air and shaking them as he announces that he's got the demons running all through him. Standing back up, he tells them to come on down here and see it. The word free dances on the screen repeatedly as he offers a free demon possession with every exorcism. This sentiment crawls across the bottom of the screen, and he reasons that you can't beat that, can you? They can even bring the little ones because there's tons of snakes and lizards for them to play with.
Oh, great.
He's like, it's no problem at all. As his name appears on the screen 3 times, he tells us, say it once, say it twice, 3rd time's the charm. As folksy music starts up, he dances, advising us to remember, he'll eat anything we want him to eat. He'll swallow anything we want him to swallow. Come on down. He'll chew on the dog.
You've already sold us. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
Holding out his hands in an act of showmanship, he howls, and flashing words beg us to call now before the ad disappears in a burst of static.
I don't know how he's broadcasting this Beetle Call Saul ad.
Yeah.
But it is such a perfect introduction to him.
It is. And I know something feels off, but I kind of still want to say it.
Yeah. Yeah. He's convincing.
Yeah. It's like, "Ugh, this might be bad. Let's see where this goes."
He's confident.
Yeah.
Outside the door, Lydia tries the lock again, and Adam and Barbara snap back into action. Adam slides something into the keyhole, and Lydia watches as the key is pushed back out to her, clattering on the floor when it falls. They breathe a sigh of relief and return back over to Adam's model. He looks through the book, admitting that they need help. He says that he read something in the book this morning about emergencies. He picks up a piece of chalk as he finds the passage, instructing them to draw a door in case of emergency. As he draws one on the brick wall of the attic, Barbara is not impressed. She tells him that she doesn't know why they keep looking in that stupid book, and she wonders, though, if maybe they should try that beetle guy. Adam draws the door and steps back next to Barbara to admire it before hurrying back over and adding a doorknob. He flips through the book when nothing happens, and Barbara asks if he really thought that was going to work. Adam consults the book once again and finds the missing piece of the puzzle. He's supposed to knock 3 times. He approaches the wall again, knocks on his newly drawn door, and steps back. Now, I will say one thing. When we were lucky enough to be a guest on Miguel Myers' Halloween Jeopardy game last year, he asked us and the rest of the contestants if we had ever fucked around with Candyman or Bloody Mary or any of that shit. It was a resounding no. It is still a resounding no. But I will say, outside of our apartment complex in Germany, I did draw many a chalk door. And I did knock many a thrice times.
So this shit doesn't work.
No.
I'm like, where is he?
You know, I did realize that we were alive, and that might be why it didn't
Oh, damn
work.
it. What a stupid kid. Like, can Beetlejuice come out to play?
No.
But almost immediately, the wall begins to rumble and the bricks break apart as a real door is revealed, a bright green and otherworldly light seeping through and into the room. Adam and Barbara stare wide-eyed, as does Lydia, as the green light shines through the bottom of the attic door. This new door finally opens itself to them, and Adam sets the book down before taking his wife's hand. Together, they step through the door, and the bricks close tightly behind them.
I did want to talk about the director of photography for a moment. I heard an interview that he did with DMF podcast and also read an interview that he did with the American Society of Cinematographers.
Okay.
But interestingly, he actually shot Frankenweenie, the short,
Oh!
in 1984 for Tim Burton.
Oh, wow.
Great year.
Yeah, there you go. And he was supposed to shoot Pee-wee's Big Adventure, but there was like I think the studio wanted someone a little more established.
Yeah.
And so he didn't get the gig, but I think he ended up shooting like a week of like second unit because I think the main director of photography got sick or something like that. He was telling the story.
Okay.
But whenever he got some more studio clout because he shot Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield,
Yeah.
they were open to him being the cinematographer for this. And so one thing that he did mention of working with Tim Burton, and it kind of goes against what we had said with a lot of the stories told on The Nightmare Before Christmas. They had said that he was very like overbearing and strict and kind of, you know, kicking walls and shit.
Yeah.
But Thomas Ackerman, the cinematographer, he had said that Tim Burton gave everybody a lot of room to kind of do what they wanted. He said he has this reputation of kind of being this strict director. It has to look like this. It has to be like this. But he told the interviewer on a lot of scenes in Beetlejuice, and I think this scene in particular, he was like, you know, Tim, what do you want this to look like? Do you want this to be, you know, this kind of color, lighting, this kind of angle, this kind of whatever? And a lot of times Tim Burton's direction was simply make it weird.
All right.
And
He was right.
And yeah, he said, and that gave me this freedom to make it weird.
Hell yeah.
And so you see a lot of scenes like this where there's this like sickly green light that's
Yeah.
shining through, and it's like, well, that could have just been the decision of the cinematographer.
Yeah.
That is like, that would look cool here, and it makes sense here for this area.
And it does.
Yeah. But one good thing that he had mentioned about, because you had said about the casting of Michael Keaton and it kind of taken a little while, because of this delay in casting, it gave the cinematographer 20 weeks to prepare.
Oh, damn.
And, yeah. And so there were a lot of ideas that he came up with kind of on the day, but there was a lot of things that were prepared beforehand and are executed just so brilliantly. Because the world that is established here through the camera and a lot of in-camera work with the special effects,
Yeah.
it is so perfect for what this film is.
Yeah. In the office, Charles is hanging out, whistling to himself and playing with the knickknacks that the Maitlands left behind. He picks up a pair of binoculars and looks through a bird book before raising the binoculars to his eyes and looking through the window at a bird standing on a tree stump and eating what looks to be entrails of maybe a small animal.
Yeah.
But he shudders at this and continues to look until he's startled by Lydia when she comes in and calls for him.
See, I thought he shuddered at it as well, but according to the subtitles, he looked at the bird and he goes, "Get it."
Yeah,
I don't remember that
at all. Not at all.
That's not what I heard.
No, not at all. He snaps at her, asking if she can't see that he's trying to relax, but Lydia is eager to share with him what she saw. He asks what the point of even coming here was if no one will let him relax. He places a hand on each of his daughter's shoulders and turns her back toward the door after a kiss on the cheek, inviting her to go help her mother. Accepting her banishment, Lydia just mutters that maybe he can relax in a haunted house, but she can't. With his daughter gone, he peers out the window again at a nearby building, remarking that it's got good parking but a bad roof. So he shifted from relaxing and watching birds to appraising properties pretty damn quick. I will give him that the bird was scary.
Yeah. We're done bird watching forever, I think.
But elsewhere, Barbara and Adam wander, bathed in that bright green light. They finally come to a slightly misshapen revolving door leading to Saul Goodman's office. And that was a joke I had already written.
Very good.
So I'm going to say it. No, but they walk into an office with a glowing sign over the door that reads, "No exit."
This descent through the green light, the score is very frightening violins.
Yeah.
Does it remind you of the work of Joseph Bishara?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I feel like he had to have been influenced.
Yeah.
And I love it.
Yeah.
No, it sounds great. When you hear it, you hear it.
This is like, oh shit.
Yeah.
But the people already sitting around are interesting to say the least, with one sitting with their legs swallowed to the knee by a motionless shark. On a nearby couch, a magician's assistant sits with alarmingly blue skin. Her hands grasp a copy of the handbook for the recently deceased, and her legs, sitting next to her on the couch, are crossed and dressed in fishnet stockings leading up to her skirt. Above her hips, the rest of the body has been ripped away. I read in multiple places, and I could not substantiate this, that the legs are played by Tim Burton's girlfriend at the time. Nobody wanted to say a girlfriend's name. Nobody wanted to cite any source for this. So maybe it's true, maybe it's not.
Dude, I even saw an interview with Bo Welch and Catherine O'Hara, and it was just a throwaway line, and he goes, "Yeah, those legs belonged to Tim Burton's girlfriend at the time."
Yeah,
he literally said that.
And I'm sure every other website snatched it up and were like, "It's Tim Burton's girlfriend at the time." It's like,
at
okay.
the time is just so funny. It's accurate, but it's not helpful.
Not at all.
I love this whole little office thing.
Yes.
Here.
You know they're just having a blast with all these characters and different,
Quickly having lost interest in them, the top half of the magician's assistant flips to the next page in her book while her legs uncross and recross themselves. V. Neal said that Tim Burton would just be like, "This would be funny. We can do this, this, and that." And he, like you were saying earlier, just kind of let them run with it. And he was like, somebody died of a shark attack. And they were like, okay, we'll still have the shark. Like there was a lot of wiggle room and a lot of room to just kind of have fun and be silly.
Does that imply that the shark choked on the guy?
The shark died too.
Oh, yeah.
But also, according to V. Neal, she said that there was a little bit of airbrushing featured in Spaceballs, which Steve Laporte also worked on, but that Beetlejuice was the first film to use it extensively, she said.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Barbara and Adam stare at surprise and horror at the man next to this woman, who clutches onto a rifle with the shrunken head sitting atop his regular-sized body. His hair is pulled tight into a ponytail at the top of the small head, and his bulging eyes stare back at them. On another couch, a man holds onto his own copy of the handbook. There's a bib tucked into the front of his shirt, and his face is splotched in purple. An offending bone pokes out from either side of his neck, like the bolts of Frankenstein's monster, and he offers them a weak smile before turning away.
His courtesy is wild because I'm not, I'm not smiling at anyone
like,
in
hey,
this
how are you?
situation. Yeah.
I read Tim Burton had said that people have criticized because here, like, you can tell the way that everybody died. Like, they still look that way. And they were like, well, how come the Maitlands aren't wet if they drowned? And he was like, I don't want to put my actors through having to be soaking wet every day on set.
Yeah. And just accept the gag. It's fun.
Know.
Yeah.
You know?
No,
excuse me.
This just isn't the film to try to gotcha. Like,
Yeah.
it's not. Even he was like, a lot of it doesn't make sense.
And that's
Like,
fine.
It's stream of consciousness is just fine.
Yeah.
Barbara wraps her arms around Adam, but he maintains a poker face as he leads her past the people in the waiting area to the reception desk. He tries to take a number, but the ticket is so winding and long that he just tosses it to the side. He gets the attention of the receptionist, played by Patrice Martinez. Her skin is a blue-green and her hair is bright pink. Draped across the front of her gown is a sash with the title, Miss Argentina. She accuses them of not having an appointment, and Adam admits that they didn't know how to make one. But Barbara questions, an appointment for what? The receptionist asks what they want, and when they tell her that they need help, she laughs at them, asking, already? She points out that they just bit the big one 2 months ago, and they already need help. Adam doesn't understand what 2 months has to do with anything, but the receptionist warns with a smile that they're going to use up all their help vouchers. She hands them a stack of forms, calling them D90s. Again, the idea of this process being a fucking complicated IRS or DMV, well, did you fill out the right form? Is hilarious.
They had said, I read in an interview with the cinematographer, that the idea was that never-ending like DMV situation.
Yeah.
They said they could have made it just outright terrifying and scary, this afterlife.
Yeah, yeah.
But instead, they said they just wanted to make it kind of whimsical and unappetizing.
Just like mildly inconvenient.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like this is better.
Yeah.
I feel
For
like
sure.
if it turned into a we're waiting in fire for somebody to talk to us, it would just be like, oh, that's what everybody's doing. You know what I mean? That's what you
Exactly.
expect.
This is a very creative way to handle this situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. But she explains quickly that they will spend 125 years on Earth, specifically in that house, and they only get 3 Class 1 D90 intercessions with Juno.
You honestly know how dog shit it is that you have to make an appointment but also take a number?
Also take a
Yeah.
number and also give up a voucher.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
It's too much. It's too much.
She sits back down, flippantly assuming that they probably haven't even completely read through the manual yet. She tells them that if they don't have an appointment, they're just going to have to wait. She stands to slide the glass partition closed, but she stops when Adam asks who they're supposed to have an appointment with. The receptionist rolls her eyes with a heavy sigh and tells them with exasperation, an appointment with Juno, their caseworker. She slides the partition closed, but opens it back up to call for number 54,601. The unfortunate choking victim gets up for his appointment. Meanwhile, Lydia is at work at the door of the attic again, and with no ghost holding it closed from the other side, she's able to get it open. Soft piano plays as she peeks inside and turns on the light. It illuminates Adam's model, and she walks over to it, staring with fascination. Set nearby is the handbook for the recently deceased. She picks it up and begins to flip through the pages.
I was surprised that she could see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that it plays into her, you know, what we'll learn.
Right, right. But maybe we should have took it with us.
Yeah, and they learn that too.
Yeah.
That's true.
In the waiting room, though, the Maitlands wait. They sit next to Charman, played by Douglas Turner, his appearance exactly how his name describes. He sits in his chair, withered and charred, flesh burned away to nothing with the burned bones of his chest and arms exposed, but still he smokes a cigarette. When he offers Adam one and Adam politely declines, he admits that he's trying to cut down himself. V. Neal said that Tim Burton had given her a sketch of kind of a burned up skeleton, but the features were strange and exaggerated. And she was like, is this supposed to be a real skeleton or like wacky like the drawing? And he was like, no, stick to the drawing. So she said that they made this thing. The actor has obviously like prosthetic pieces on his head, and he is behind the chair sticking his head onto the body. And it is hilarious. It looks really good. Barbara looks around uncomfortably before settling back on her chair and finding herself right next to the man with the shrunken head. She sits back up and asks Adam if this is what happens when you die. The receptionist speaks up from the window, clarifying that this is what happens when her and Adam die. Pointing at the Charman, she continues that that's what happens when he dies. She illustrates the same point with the bored bisected beauty flipping through her magazine. The receptionist explains that it's all very personal, and she confesses that if she knew then what she knows now, she wouldn't have had her little accident. She holds up her wrists, twin scars slashed across them, and everyone in the waiting room shares a chuckle, aside from Adam and Barbara. I think this is honestly a clever little out, because if anybody does try to poke holes, it's like, well, she told you right there that it's a unique experience for everyone.
Yeah.
That's true. I really think the whole sequence right here is just a credit to the screenwriting, kind of having these new characters be our way in.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like we were just talking about this. I can't remember what movie, but this is a successful way to do it.
Yeah.
A door creaks open loudly to reveal the messenger, played by Carmen Philby.
Come on, man. It's Old Man from Wedding Singer.
Yes!
And that's his credit in Wedding Singer. It's
Old
Old
Man,
Man in Bar.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I was like, oh my God.
I recognized him immediately.
Yeah. But his face sticks out of a body that has been rendered completely flat by the tire marks etched across his chest. His arms stick up, the elbows bent at angles taller than his head, and his fingers hang limp and twisted at the ends of his hands. In that interview with Rob Tharp, he said that they literally went to the parking lot and were like picking up gravel and just junk and debris and sticking it on this look.
That's great.
But the messenger calls for the Maitlands, prompting them to grab their handbook and head to the 6th door. Barbara admits that they forgot their handbook, and the rest of the waiting departed mutter in annoyance. The messenger tells them to come on anyway. They're like, these fucking guys, tourists. But they follow him out of the waiting room, past a cluster of cluttered and poorly lit desks, where a skeleton, played by Skeleton, works diligently.
Is this the skeleton from...
Yeah.
Dude, he is always getting work. Might be my favorite actor.
Yeah.
When I was looking through the cast, I was like, oh my God. A voice over the loudspeaker announces an arrival at gate 3, and Barbara and Adam walk along. But the messenger is being suspended from his hanging arms by hooks and is dragged along a wire next to them, clutching papers in one of his broken hands. He asks how he looks because there are no mirrors over here, and the Maitlands assure him that he looks fine. The messenger thanks them, sharing that he's been feeling a little flat. He bursts out laughing as the hooks carry him along, and he disappears through a slit in the wall marked file pile.
This workplace is very accommodating. For every specific issue. I honestly, you have to maintain your humor. There's no way.
That's the trick for sure. But with him gone, they continue through the labyrinth alone, passing another worker gliding along the track by a noose around his neck. He casually drops paperwork on the desk of another blue-faced receptionist. Adam and Barbara find their way into a hall with quirky angled doors and a black and white checkered and uneven floor.
This set is gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
It is so interesting, the way that it is designed and the way that the proportions are, the angles are skewed.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the first thing I think of is the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari.
Yeah.
This very expressionistic feel.
Mm-hmm.
And I did see in an interview with Bo Welch, he said that a lot of common complaints in his other films that he had worked on is, say, someone might say, oh, this door doesn't fit this set or something like that.
Yeah.
He said everyone is so married to literalism and realism, but working with Tim Burton, you get this opportunity to think outside of the box in a way that you didn't even count on.
Right.
Yeah.
And he said that Burton was always pushing him more towards abstract ideas, German expressionism, referencing other films and other movements and ideas. And so he just said that it was always so refreshing to work with Tim Burton, and you get amazing sets like this through that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, not only that, I mean, let's be real. We're dead. The sucks. You know what I mean? We're in the afterlife. It doesn't need to be normal. It can be whatever the fuck it wants to be.
Honestly.
It can be whatever we think it is, and that's what we're seeing. Like, you know what I mean? This does play off, for me anyway, really good the way it looks. This whole environment, our building or wherever we're at, this so much worked for me perfectly.
And you have these environments and these choices in lighting.
Yeah.
It is just so brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Curious music plays as they walk hand in hand, Barbara lamenting the fact that they're stuck for 125 years. She can't believe they weren't told that. The shade on a door flips up to reveal an abyss with floating spirits wandering the darkness, while a man, his face drawn, green, and tortured, stares back at them. Barbara asks what it is, but the janitor, played by Simi Bo, sidles up to them. He shares that it's the Lost Souls room. That's where ghosts go when they've been exorcised. As the man on the other side of the door floats away, his hand outstretched and desperate, the janitor expresses his sympathy for them. It's death for the dead.
Do you remember that weird ass section of the House on Haunted Hill remake where like things are just bobbing up out of the water and you're like, that's a creature I never thought I'd see in this film? This feels almost like that was a nod to this moment in Beetlejuice, doesn't it?
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Because that honestly felt Burton-esque, didn't it?
Yeah.
I do remember the janitor also being in Pee-wee. He delivers the large Marge line.
Really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. But pulling the shade back down, the janitor tells them that it's all in the handbook and he bids them to keep moving. They do. Adam counts the doors on their way, and when they get to the sixth one, they push it open and walk inside. When they step inside, they don't recognize the room, but we see Delia's statue, the one that pinned her against the house, standing boldly in the background. They remark that it keeps getting weirder and weirder until Adam realizes that they're home. The realization dawns on Barbara, too, who comments sadly how different everything looks. And it does. Delia and Otho have clearly had their way, and the Maitland's cozy and homey atmosphere is completely gone, replaced with a strange and modern style.
I would be so pissed because I would feel like we accomplished nothing.
Yeah.
And we lost our home in the process.
Yeah. Gripping onto Adam's hands, Barbara wonders how long they were waiting there, but Juno, played by Sylvia Sidney, appears behind them, sucking on a cigarette. She tells them how long they were waiting. 3 months.
It's Grandma from Mars Attacks.
Yeah. It's funny, too, because sadly we talked about Mars Attacks being her last film, and it was another one with Tim Burton. He said that he had to hound her to do this film before she finally told him yes. And she's another one. She's really funny in this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I can't imagine Juno being any other kind of, like a caseworker.
Yeah. Isn't Juno a moon of a planet?
Yeah.
Are they all named after planetary things? And maybe that's where the Saturn thing is coming in?
Oh, maybe.
I did not pick up on that at all.
Yeah.
Because Beetlejuice is a star.
Yeah.
A star.
Like Pearl?
Yeah. But Juno admits that she has other clients. She was about to give up on them and leave. Barbara asks if she's their caseworker, and Juno confirms that she is. She evaluates individual cases to see if help is needed, deserved, and available. Adam asks if she is available, and she responds flatly, no.
Good.
When they're visibly disappointed, Juno asks what the problem is. Barbara tells her that they are very unhappy, and Juno asks, what did you expect? You're dead. Adam continues that they want to get rid of the people that moved in here because he and Barbara worked really hard on their home. Barbara admits that they wouldn't mind sharing it with people who were, and Juno finishes her thought, more like who you used to be. Barbara agrees, and Adam does too, picking up one of Delia's strange sculptures to illustrate his point. Juno walks further into the house and they follow, past a bright red bar area, and she remarks that at least it's quiet. They're lucky they didn't die in Italy. She muses over the Dietzes and asks if the Maitlands have been studying their manual. Adam says that they tried, but Juno snaps at him, explaining that the intermediate interface chapter on haunting says it all. She invites them to get the Dietzes out themselves. It is their house. She stomps up the stairs and they hurry after her. Juno continues that haunted houses aren't easy to come by, and when Barbara confesses that they don't quite get it, Juno tells her coldly that she knows. She cites Barbara ripping her own face off and how it doesn't do any good to pull your heads off in front of people who can't even see you. She advises them to start simply, do what they know, and practice their talents. They walk into the attic, Juno still lecturing them that they should have been studying this since day one. She looks down at Adam's model, but is distracted when her watch beeps. She tells the Maitlands that she has to go, but Barbara still has a question. She asks about the guy from the flyer, Beetle, but Juno holds both hands up and shushes her. She tells Barbara not to even say his name. They don't want his help. Candyman.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard the claps or not.
Adam and Barbara exchange a look, and Adam counters that they might want his help, but Juno is emphatic that they don't. He doesn't work well with others. Barbara asks what she means, and Juno debates for a moment, taking a drag on her cigarette. Between the rows of pearls around her neck, a deep slash across Juno's throat opens up and expels the cigarette smoke. She tells them sincerely that she didn't want to bring it up, but rather than have them stumble onto it and make another mistake, she'll be honest. The light shifts into the room from a cool blue to a strange glow, lighting them from beneath. And it made me laugh because Adam and Barbara are like, what the fuck? They're looking around like, what did that? Juno admits that Beetlejuice was her assistant, but he was a troublemaker and he ended up going out on his own as a freelance bioexorcist. She says that he was claiming that he could get rid of the living, and then he got into trouble. She sighs deeply and indicates Adam's model, sharing that she thinks he's been sleazing around their cemetery lately, which is hilarious because as Adam watching that ad, I'd be like, I made that.
Yeah, dude. Isn't it wild? I don't remember this at all of him being like a protege and then just going off.
Yeah, no.
I didn't either. But Adam and Barbara's gaze snap over to the model, and Juno warns that the only way he can be brought back is by calling his name 3 times. Adam breathes in to speak, but Juno interrupts. Pointing at him with the cigarette between her fingers, she strongly suggests that they get rid of the Dietzes on their own. Adam asks how they can contact her if they need her again. Juno takes another drag off of her cigarette, and instead of answering, she slowly dissipates in a cloud of smoke.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used a fucking voucher for this?
Yeah, well, you can't get a hold of me.
No.
Yeah, no, bye.
And I'm honestly kind of surprised that she's helping them with what they want.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, no, you got to learn to haunt proper.
Well,
Like, I thought that it would be more about this, like, transition from life to death.
oh, like assisting them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, she's like, you're fucking dead, and this is
Yeah.
your house, so get them out.
Yeah, that's surprising to me.
Yeah, well, it looks like they're kind of backed up.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that's true.
You saw the number. Alone now, Barbara repeats with worry that that guy is in their cemetery, but Adam assures her that Juno is right. All they have to do is keep it simple. They leave, but we stay behind in the point of view of a loudly buzzing fly. We swoop down on the model of the town. The fly settles into the fake plastic grass of the cemetery. A hand thrusts out from the fake greenery, beckoning the fly to come over before pulling out a Zagnut bar. Beetlejuice cackles wildly, inviting the fly to come over for a snack. Once the fly is close enough, he tosses the candy away and grabs on, prompting the fly to beg, "Help me, help me,"
You
through
love
its
it.
buzzes. Yes. It disappears from view as he lets out a loud burp, and we see the tombstone presiding over this fly aside is with red glowing words. Here lies Beetlejuice.
He's made this place his own.
Yeah, that was great.
Again, to point out the obvious Fly reference and Gina Davis being in the Fly remake.
That's-
It's really fucking cool. In his office, Charles speaks on the phone to Maxie Dean, played by Robert Goulet.
Robert Goulet? I will admit our only exposure to this man is through the impression of Will Ferrell.
Exactly.
But I didn't realize we knew him from Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
So no, yeah, I have always, I guess, seen him in the movie and just was like, oh yeah, I know who you are.
Yeah.
I did look, and it's interesting. He won a Tony Award in 1968.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, and it says that he performed for 3 presidents and Queen Elizabeth II.
That is very impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was in Beetlejuice.
Yeah. He also was in Naked Gun 2.5.
Very good.
And he was Wheezy on Toy Story 2.
Really?
What?
Yeah. I was like, this can't be right. But the credit was there.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay.
That's wild.
Yeah.
It does make me think, obviously it hasn't happened yet, but Tim Burton casting Tom Jones in Mars Attacks.
That's true.
Although
Yeah.
Robert Goulet is not playing himself. But,
No, he's not.
but Charles reminds him that he's always made him money. And in his office with the brightly lit city of New York behind him, Maxie has to admit that no one made him money like Charles, elaborating that before his nerves went, Charles was a demon. Interesting choice of words.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But he has to break it to him, though, that Winter River, Connecticut is nowhere. Why would he want to invest any kind of money in an old building over there? But Charles counters that it's not a building. The people here don't know the value of their property, and he could buy the whole town.
He is just growing more and more nefarious.
Yeah.
Yes.
And also, is this the first we're hearing that this is in Connecticut?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause I didn't realize.
No.
I stopped to think, but yeah, because I think that all we knew before is that it's outside of the city. 'Cause
Yeah.
she was
Right.
like, "Oh, though you left the city for me," or whatever.
Yeah.
But no, now we're established.
All right.
But Maxie still counters that then they would have a whole town still in the middle of nowhere. Charles invites him to come and see for himself and tells him to bring Sarah, but Maxie protests that he's kind of busy. Charles is distracted by a distant moaning sound, but he focuses back on the call. Maxie tells him it's enough with the talk about visiting because he has to go. He tells Charles to take it easy and bids him goodbye, but Charles pleads with him to wait. Maxie, though, swiftly hangs up the phone, muttering that Charles is a putz.
So he'll arrive, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's fine. Rejected, Charles gets up to investigate the strange noises coming from the other side of the door. We float over to it as Charles grips the knob and pulls the door open. And in the hallway, bathed in an eerie blue light, someone stands with the sheet draped over them, peering at Charles through eye holes. Somehow assuming it to be his daughter, Charles asks Lydia if she's really so bored. He had Maxie Dean on the phone. I was like, that is not even Lydia's stature.
No.
Yeah.
It reminded me of Michael Myers and the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like, that's not Bob.
No.
That's not Bob.
He says that he's found a way to make money while relaxing, so he tells her to scram. He closes the door before opening it again and warning that Delia is going to kill her when she sees holes cut in her $300 sheets. Then he just closes the door again.
Okay.
Yeah. His plan thwarted, Adam joins Barbara in the hallway as she pulls down her own sheet, lamenting that this is so corny. Adam proposes that she can think of the sheets as death shrouds and reminds her to really moan because that's important. They glide into the bedroom where Delia sleeps on her bed as wrestling plays on the TV. They moan theatrically, but Delia doesn't stir. In her room, however, Lydia hears this and sighs with disgust, questioning how her father can stand that woman. The moaning continues, and Lydia gets up and knocks on the wall, telling her parents to cut it out and reminding them that she's a child for Christ's sakes. But walking back to her bed, she stops and listens closer.
I'm concerned of the sounds they normally make.
Yeah. That's
If you hear this and you're like, oh, great.
Yeah.
They're at it again.
She's like, ew. Delia rolls over and grabs the remote from her nightstand in her sleep. From under her sheet, Barbara expresses her embarrassment, but Adam tells her to try harder, asking if she really wants to spend the next 125 years having breakfast with this woman. Well, I'm like, Delia's going to die.
Yeah.
Oh, but then she'll probably be stuck. Okay.
Ah, shit. Well, don't die here.
Yeah.
Die over there.
Go to the city.
Yes.
Yeah. But this prompts another wave of ghostly moans from the both of them, and Delia sits straight up in her bed, her makeup smeared across her face. She lifts the remote and turns off the TV before collapsing back down onto her pillow. Barbara and Adam finally give up and glide back into the hallway. But Lydia is there waiting with her camera. She snaps pictures, the flash going off and the photos spilling out from her camera onto the floor. She disavows their sexual perversion, adding that if they want to do it, they need to do it in their own room.
Look, we all love Lydia very much.
Yeah.
Why are you taking pictures?
Yeah. What the fuck?
Her being there with the camera was,
That is your knee jerk.
was an odd choice. But she snatches up one of the photos on her way back to her room, and as it develops, it shows 2 floating sheets in the hallway. Lydia stares at this with wide eyes before looking back at Adam and Barbara.
Iconic.
Yes.
I love that so much.
Yeah.
She tosses the photo to the side and walks bravely over to them. She asks if they're the ones hiding out in the attic. Adam proclaims that they're ghosts. The 2 moan again, but they stop when Lydia just questions what they look like under there. They're confused that she's not scared, but Lydia shares that she's not afraid of sheets. She wants to know if they're gross under there. Are they Night of the Living Dead under there? Bloody veins and pus? She tries to peek under the sheet, but Adam doesn't understand the reference, and Barbara just pulls her sheet off. I was like, really, Adam?
Yeah. It's on every horror film ever because it's free.
I would be a little concerned though too. I'd be like, you're not afraid that we're floating in the air?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You don't care?
She's not.
And look, honestly, if she's not concerned at all, you at the very least have intruders in this house that you don't know who they are and they've been living in your attic since you've moved in.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And she's like, what you got going on?
Yeah. Is it gross under there? Is it like gory under there?
Adam reveals himself as well, and Barbara tells Lydia that if she'd seen a ghost at her age, she would have been scared witless.
Scared sheetless?
Nah. He's like, I'm leaving. Looking them over, Lydia surmises that they're not gross and wonders why they're wearing sheets. Barbara tells her honestly that they're practicing, but Adam is surprised that she can see them without the sheets. How can she see them and nobody else can? Her eyes shifty. Lydia admits that she read through the handbook for the recently deceased, and it said that live people ignore the strange and unusual. But she shares, I myself am strange and unusual.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Barbara counters that she looks like a regular girl to her, but Adam is still focused on what Lydia just said. She could understand the handbook. Lydia asks why they were creeping around in Delia's bedroom, and when Adam explains that they were trying to scare her mother, Lydia corrects that Delia is her stepmother, and they can't scare her away because she's sleeping with Prince Valium tonight. Adam and Barbara just exchange a look.
Jeez, dude.
Yeah.
I kind of missed that she was Lydia's stepmother
Yeah.
because that kind of plays into like the fairy tale trope.
Oh, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah, because in that original script, the little sister is Charles and Delia's daughter.
Oh.
And Lydia is Charles's daughter.
Okay.
So there's like that disconnect with her
Yeah.
and Delia. But yeah, it's kind of mentioned. And then, but Charles is like your mother. So I wonder how long they've been together.
Well, family.
Yeah.
I want more history
Yeah.
on the Dietzes. What are the deets on the Dietzes?
Very good. We're all proud of you.
In the attic, Lydia is impressed with Adam's model, asking if he really carved all of this. He says proudly that he did, and Lydia states the obvious that this is the Maitland's house. She asks why they want to scare everyone, and Adam explains that they just wanted to frighten her family so they would move out. Lydia laughs humorlessly and quips that they don't know the Dietzes very well. Charles bought this place and he never walks away from equity. She asks why they don't leave, but Barbara tells her sincerely that they can't. They haven't left their house since the funeral. Lydia brightens at the word funeral and says with amazement that they really are dead.
You mean the floating feet didn't give it away?
She's like, oh, shit.
I've never seen that.
I thought it was just a bad photograph.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they had learned from Chris Angel and they
So they're not real ghosts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Definitely not.
They are intruders.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Get them out of here. But Lydia tells them that this is amazing. And when her father calls her name distantly, she tells them that she better go. Barbara warns that she doesn't think it's a very good idea for her to tell her parents that they're up here. But Adam adds, unless, of course, it will frighten them away. He proposes that Lydia can tell her parents that they're horrible, ghoulish creatures who will stop at nothing to get their house back. Lydia just looks back at him blandly. She wonders if maybe this is all a dream, and she asks if they can do any tricks to prove that she's not dreaming. This did remind me of Dream Warriors.
You just do a cartwheel?
Yeah.
With the Fergie flips and whatnot. But Barbara shakes her head sadly. Lydia advises that if they are real ghosts, they need to get another routine, adding with a laugh that the sheets don't work. In the morning, while a machine digs in the front yard and spits dirt from the back of it, Delia chops vegetables in the kitchen. Lydia sits across from her, and Delia continues to chop frantically, asking if she's really telling her that there are ghosts in the house and that Lydia has pictures of them. She reminds her that she's hosting a dinner tonight for 7 people, and her agent is bringing a woman who writes for Art in America. In fact, the only person dining here tonight that hasn't been in Vanity Fair is Lydia. It's like, okay, dude, I'm like 15.
Yeah.
Wait, so she really is successful.
Or was, maybe. I mean, it's something that's said later. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Because honestly, the way that they made it seem is it's like trying to get this big break.
yeah.
Right.
If she's been in Vanity Fair, that's
I
pretty.
mean,
Yeah.
That's a really big deal. Lydia says quietly that she told the ghost that Delia was too mean to be afraid. But Delia snaps at her saying, "Don't you dare talk to others about me."
What the fuck?
That fucking that is hilarious to me. She said, "I told the ghost."
Yeah.
That's not what she heard.
That's so funny. But Delia admits that the only thing that scares her is being embarrassed in front of the few hip people that are willing to set foot in this part of Connecticut. Once again, we are in Connecticut.
Yeah. I forgot about that too, though.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was when we said it a minute ago, I've still been thinking about it. And it was like, I really dead ass thought this was like in just some made up place.
And I got to be honest.
The town is.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I watched this movie twice in preparation for this episode, and I missed it both times. If it wasn't for your script, I still wouldn't know.
Yeah.
But she demands that they play family just for tonight. With an exasperated sigh, Lydia gets up and walks away. Adam and Barbara have been watching this from across the room, and Barbara says that Lydia is trying. They just don't believe her, which is astonishing to Adam because Lydia even has photos. Barbara reminds Adam that he had a photo of Bigfoot, and he concedes that that's a different story. He laments that they need help. They're going to have to contact that guy Beetlemeyer.
What?
Yeah, hold on. Can we talk about the Bigfoot picture? real
Yeah,
quick?
that I do want to
Yeah.
see.
Hold on.
But also Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Adam is fighting for his life. He can't get it together. In the attic, Barbara sits dejectedly as Adam once again flips through the handbook for the recently deceased. When a light begins to flash in the cemetery of Adam's model, Barbara spots it and gets his attention. She points at the strobing light and tells her husband, "It's him, Beetlejuice."
He's like, I don't know who that is.
The two lock eyes, and with a grin, Barbara says it again. Beetlejuice. She pauses, and Adam encourages her. "Go ahead, Barbara. Say it." She does, with enthusiasm. Beetlejuice. We spin around them, and Adam realizes that suddenly, somehow, they're standing in his model. They spot the source of the flashing light, the Beetlejuice sign pointing down to the grave.
Something that I did read in an interview,
Mm-hmm.
it's very interesting, but that yellow Beetlejuice sign is the only light source in this entire scene.
What?
Really?
Yeah. And so it's very sparse, and they even talked about how they were trying to save money in the budget, which we learned for special effects oddly was not that much.
Yeah.
But they had said that they had this option if they wanted to spend more money to kind of build out the environment to where the attic could be seen from where they are in the model.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they do a lot of really, really good compositing work later.
Yeah.
But they chose not to do it to save money and just make it immersed in this model. And you don't really see on the outskirts at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like blackness.
Yeah.
And so this one light source kind of aids in that.
That's really cool and thoughtful.
Yeah.
But on the grave, the words "Here lies Beetlejuice" and the arrow glow bright. Adam and Barbara cross the fake grass and stand on the grave. Quirky music mounts as Barbara wonders where he is. She asks what they're supposed to do. 2 shovels set up against the tombstone clatter to the faux earth, and Adam realizes that they're supposed to dig. Stir of echoes.
I was just drinking all the orange juice and shit.
They each take a shovel, lodging it under the plastic grass mat and flipping it away, exposing the cork underneath.
I just have to comment on how cool it is to see this miniature environment made human-sized.
Yes.
Yeah, because it pulls you into what we're watching.
Yeah, the detail of it, these different kind of materials, and you think of him making it.
Yeah.
How weird must this be for Adam?
That's true. Later, they've dug deep into the grave, shoveling up scraps of cardboard. But finally, Adam's shovel hits something hard. They pull the foam and cardboard away to find a casket, its tarnished gold plate reading Beetlejuice. Adam proposes that they open it, but Barbara wonders if they should knock first. The choice is taken away from them when the coffin begins to shake wildly. Adam and Barbara climb out of the grave in a hurry as the rumbling and tearing sounds continue.
Something that I didn't really think about until watching it as an adult is I don't know exactly how Beetlejuice got here, how long he's been here, but he's set up shop. He's got lights. He's got a grave with his name on it dug beneath the earth that was closed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot going on here that is not explained.
He also filmed that commercial.
He did. He did.
I don't know either. And Juno was so like casual about it. She's like, I think he's hanging out in there.
Yeah, like he's just walking around or something. I don't know how he got under there.
But again, it's one of those things where it's like, do you care? Like, as you're watching it, are you like,
no.
this doesn't make any sense? It's like, no.
It's more just something funny to think about.
Right.
There are a few,
because it doesn't ruin anything.
There are a few things like that in this film. Primarily some stuff with the ending where it's like, well, that doesn't make any
No, yeah.
any goddamn
That, yeah.
True.
But maybe the ad. Remember, he's seen the ad.
Oh, okay.
That's
so
true.
he was like the Maitlands, huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
but,
And then now that explains that.
that actually does make a lot of
But they
sense.
put their address in there. There's a dead newspaper, right? Or afterlife newspaper, whatever.
I don't
Why
know
would he
what
choose the model, though? That's the other thing. He could just be in the
he
house.
could be anywhere or
right?
anything.
I feel like as well, Juno kind of undersold all of his everything.
No, that.
Like she did not properly warn them for what the fuck we're about to see.
Yeah.
No, not at all. Not at all. As soon as they climb back up to the model cemetery, Beetlejuice is released, dust falling from him as he floats above his grave, unearthed. He holds his hands out and yells in celebration. At the sight of him, the Maitlands run, but Beetlejuice flies over to them, landing in front of them. He greets the Maitlands as Adam and Babs before dipping Barbara and planting a kiss on her lips. She grunts when he drops her and desperately tries to wipe his kiss away. Beetlejuice rushes to Adam, draping an arm over his shoulder and questioning just how solid their relationship is. Does he have a shot with her at all?
Fucking Beetle. Come on,
Out
man.
the gate.
Yeah.
Did he even introduce his name yet?
No.
I know he did in the ad, but not a personal touch at all.
No, yeah.
Well, too personal touch, really. But
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
too
Yes.
personal. Adam angrily excuses himself to join his wife again, and Beetlejuice concedes, "If I overstep my bounds, just tell me." He hurries to them and wraps an arm around them both, glancing between the two through black circles around his eyes. He tells them that the beautiful thing about all of this is that they picked him. They didn't have to, but they did, and it just makes him want to kiss them. He tries to kiss Barbara again, but she tells him no, and Adam rips him away from her. Flinging away his hat, Beetlejuice suggests that they get down to business. He begins to search his pockets for a business card, and when he thrusts something from his pocket for Barbara to hold, she is horrified when she sees that it's a squeaking rat. She screams and drops it.
It was just so casual for him.
He's just like, hold this real quick. Beetlejuice continues muttering to himself, asking who he has to kill, but Adam tells him in shock that he doesn't have to kill anybody. Beetlejuice is like, "Oh, possession, good." He grins, and suddenly his voice is spouting from Barbara's lips. "Learn to throw your voice, fool your friends, fun at parties." Barbara gasps as she regains her voice, and Beetlejuice smiles proudly.
On the cool, though, that would be really cool. That would be funny.
She tells him that they're just trying to get some people out of their house, and wrapping his arms around them again, Beetlejuice assures them that he understands, but what he's going to have to do is get to know them better. He'll need to move in with them for a while and get to be real pals. He interrupts himself by hawking up a loogie and spitting it into his coat, boasting that he's going to save that guy for later.
We've made a mistake.
Yeah. What?
Juno, or whatever we have to do.
Whatever.
Can we use our help card?
Yes, we have like 2 left, I think.
The Maitlands pull away from him, and Adam asserts that they need to ask him a few questions. Beetlejuice invites them to, and when Adam asks what his qualifications are, he straightens his posture. He says that he attended Juilliard and is a graduate of Harvard Business School. He travels extensively. He lived through the bubonic plague and had a good time during it. His voice raising, he loses his tentative grasp on composure, boasting that he's seen The Exorcist about 167 times, and it keeps getting funnier every single time he sees it. He adds to wrap it all up that they're talking to a dead guy. So what do they think? Is he qualified? Adam clarifies his question. What he means is, can Beetlejuice be scary? Beetlejuice turns for a moment to prepare himself before facing the Maitlands again and asking what they think of this. We watch from behind as monstrous limbs of creatures and bugs fly from Beetlejuice's face. Adam and Barbara scream in horror, and the limbs are immediately sucked back in. Beetlejuice asks if they liked it.
It was disturbing.
Yeah. Well, that worked.
Yeah. They decide that they need to speak privately, and Beetlejuice invites them to do so. Once their back is turned, Barbara begs that they just go, but Adam thinks that Beetlejuice could prove useful. Barbara insists that they can work something out themselves, and behind them, Beetlejuice is using a long stick to raise the hem of Barbara's dress and peek beneath. When he's caught, he's like, "What?"
He's a menace.
He's fucking
what the
terrible. This is the worst first impression. Like,
Yeah.
you're fucking awful. This is the line for Adam, who is adamant that they're leaving now.
Very good.
Yeah.
Beetlejuice pleads with them not to go yet. He jumps on Adam's back, and when he plops back down on the fake grass, he's wearing Adam's exact outfit. And he boasts that they even shop at the same store. He pulls Adam in for a hug, taking the opportunity to grasp out at Barbara, who moves away. He holds them close again, wrapping his arms around them and asserting that they're 3 peas in a pod and they need to face it. They want somebody out of their house, and he wants to get somebody out of their house. He adds that they've all been to Saturn too. Sandworms. They hate him, right? Well, he hates them too.
It's a thing to bond over, I guess.
Yeah. But they're not here bothering us like you are.
True.
True.
I mean, I would pick the sandworms.
Yeah. Right.
I'm surprised they didn't ask Juno about the sandworms. They're like, what the fuck is going on outside?
What was that? Yeah.
That probably should have been one of the first things.
Yeah.
But again, this Saturn.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he asks what he has to do to strike a deal with these kids. Suddenly, his head begins to spin impossibly fast in a circle as he lets out a terrifying scream. He clamps his hands down on either side of his head to stop the spinning and asks, "Don't they hate when that happens?" Adam tells Barbara that it's time to go.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we can just let them meet him, and he's so annoying and obnoxious, they'll just leave.
Just be yourself.
Yeah.
Literally. Beetlejuice begs them again to wait. He begs them to just come inside. Running back to his grave, he promises to fix them something to eat. But the Maitlands have had their fill. And when Barbara yells, "Home, home, home," we spin around them again, and they're back in the attic, peering down at the model. I don't know how.
No, just let it go.
Yeah, this is, I was like, what? When did we establish that?
Yeah.
Right now.
No, yeah.
Beetlejuice shoots a look over his shoulder, telling them with a smile that he hopes they like Italian, but he finds that he's alone.
Was he really going to make them dinner?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
That's actually kind of sad. I do feel bad now.
Like, guys, maybe he wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
All right.
He begs with them to work with him because he's trying to cut them a deal. Then he throws a fit, stomping and calling them a bunch of losers. He tells them that they're working with a professional here. In his anger, he knocks down one of the trees in the cemetery. As it crashes to the ground, he yells out at them, "Nice fucking model!" And for good measure, he grabs his crotch at the sound effect of a honking horn.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was very shocked
Yeah.
to see and hear this, really.
Yeah. I'm look, again, this came out when I was 4.
Right.
I'm watching this and just like, yeah. You know, what?
It's like, he just said the fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
And he honked his balls?
Yeah, he did. I did read that. Again, a lot of Michael Keaton stuff, the majority of it was improv.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I'm thinking about it, when we talked about it before, when I think I read in Burton on Burton that as they were writing the script, he was like spitballing with Michael Keaton, but Michael Keaton wasn't even hired yet. So I don't.
There's a lot of discrepancies.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly, the chronology is not pinned down, but a lot of his stuff was ad-libbed. And I did read that this was as well. This was actually, he didn't mean to knock the tree over.
Really?
And so he was joking with the crew, "Nice fucking model." And they were like, "That's hilarious." And they kept it from what I read.
Well,
Okay.
it's great.
Yeah.
It is. And it's the one fuck.
Right?
Yeah.
But again, I guess it's the whole rating system, creations, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this kind of, I guess, improv moment leads to such an adorable sight gag in the next scene,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
which is so easy to do, too.
Yeah.
But in the attic, Adam simply writes the downed tree.
Yeah.
Barbara repeats that they can do this on their own. And plus, she's not going to expose Lydia to that pervert. Adam reminds Barbara that they're the ones that called on him, and he seems really pissed off. But Barbara doesn't care. In fact, she has an idea. She pulls her husband away to tell him all about it, but we linger, hovering above the model cemetery. Now, again, once we find out what Barbara's plan was, I don't know how she knows that they can, whatever.
No, there's a lot of questions.
Yeah.
And it's even funnier afterward.
Yeah.
But we'll get to it.
That night, Delia hosts her dinner party, a strange-looking serving of shrimp cocktail placed in front of everyone in attendance. To her right sits Otho. Next to him is Beryl, played by Adele Lutz, who is seated next to Lydia. Charles fills Beryl's glass of wine, while across the table, Grace, played by Susan Kellerman, marvels that she loves what they've done with the place. Charles mouths to her that it wasn't him, indicating Delia and Otho. He gives them all the credit. Sat between Grace and Delia is Delia's agent, Bernard, played by Dick Cavett.
Really?
Yeah.
Again.
It's funny to me that he's probably going to appear in more Pod Mortem episodes than a lot of people who are synonymous with horror. That's kind of surprising.
He was in Dream Warriors, wasn't he?
Yes.
And I think I seen that his late night show was from 68 to 74.
He was a mainstay.
That he was like a contender for that late night spot.
Damn.
Yeah.
Didn't he almost get his ass kicked by Homer Simpson as well?
He did.
Yeah.
He was doing a little too much.
He was.
But with a smile, Delia asks his opinion, and Bernard glances into the other room where Delia's strange sculpture stands starkly, lit by a calm blue light shining in through a glass partition. He makes a non-committal grunt that Delia interprets as approval. Beryl smokes a cigarette quietly, and Otho comments tastelessly and critically about her alleged suicide attempts. Addressing the rest of the table, he jokes that they say people that take their own lives become civil servants in the afterlife, and this just elicits giggles from himself and Delia.
I feel like this might be a little tease of his connection or his understanding
Of the afterlife.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because he's right.
Yeah.
But Bernard tells Otho that he didn't realize he was into the supernatural, and Otho posits that he is, reminding Bernard after his stint with the Living Theater, he was one of New York City's leading paranormal researchers, but then the bottom dropped out in 72.
Oh.
I'm like, how many jobs has this man had? And excelled at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Speaking up for the first time, Beryl asks if paranormal is what they're calling Otho's kind these days. This casts an awkward silence over the guests, but Otho assures them swiftly not to mind Beryl. She's still upset because somebody dropped a house on her sister.
Her sister was a witch. That's why.
Exactly.
Grow up.
I'm going to stab him.
Dude, everybody forgets that part.
It gets overshadowed, but
Yeah.
it's concerning. But Delia laughs at this, a little too loud and a little too eager. And when she realizes that it's not working to quell the awkwardness, she casts a pleading look at Charles. Changing the subject, he remarks that the food looks really good.
It's just some big ass shrimps. I don't
But Lydia speaks up too. She shares with the table that she saw some ghosts. The guests look around uncomfortably, and Delia hides her expression of embarrassment with a forced giggle. She excuses that it's just an inside joke between her and Lydia, but Lydia isn't playing along. It's not a joke.
I'm honestly surprised that Lydia was allowed to this dinner.
Me too.
Oh, yeah.
Delia counters that it is, though, because just today, Lydia tried to convince her that the house was haunted. She laughs, barking out, "Kids, you know I love them." I don't know that.
No.
Grace asks if the house is meant to be haunted by ghosts, and Delia says yes, and designer sheets no less. She casts another desperate look at Charles on the other end of the table, and he suddenly realizes that he wants to propose a toast to their friends who braved about 24 toll booths to be here with them tonight. He raises a glass, adding, "May your buildings go condo." Otho raises his glass without much enthusiasm, but he sets it back down and asks for Lydia to tell them more about her ghosts. Delia tells them no because she's sick of the subject, but Otho pleads with her to lighten up. Delia isn't budging, though. She tells Otho that she would rather talk about, but she pauses, leaving her guests waiting, and instead of finishing her sentence, she holds up both of her hands performatively. Her lips move as the voice of Harry Belafonte croons out, "Deo." The song continues, and Delia's face is twisted in confusion as she is somehow forced to perform it. Otho mutters dryly that it's cute. Lydia smiles, and Charles can't help but laugh at the display. Once she seems to be finished, Charles asks Otho if he's behind this.
Sorry.
She doesn't sound like that.
No. So
What-
Otho thought that she queued up this
Yeah.
like as like part of like
It was a
the dinner
diversion.
party.
Yeah.
And then just the progression of this is just so wild.
Yeah.
But Delia isn't done. She slowly rises to her feet, pumping her shoulders to add a dance to the performance. And Charles is stricken when he rises to his feet with her, mirroring her movements. Lydia giggles from her seat as everyone else at the table raises their cloth napkins, jerking them across their faces and in the air in tandem choreography. Otho stands, surrendering to the music as he turns the ice bucket for the wine over and begins to play it like a drum. But his brows knit together in confusion as he realizes his actions but is powerless to stop them. Delia wears a similar expression of shock as she raises her arms and twists her hips, spinning in a circle as she continues to lip sync. At the other end of the table, Charles spins with her, and the rest of the table, minus Delia but including Otho, who has sat back down, flashes jazz hands. At the 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot bunch part, they swap roles, Charles and Delia lowering to their seats as Otho, Beryl, Grace, and Bernard rise to their feet, dancing. On the next one, they all rise, clasping their hands and pulling each other back and forth. But when the next verse starts, Delia breaks free, lip syncing while she leads the table in a dance as they mouth the harmony. They continue to tear it up, leaning onto their chairs and shaking their asses at the table before sitting back down and scooting the chairs up. But the whimsy is shattered when the cups of shrimp cocktail erupt, the tails of the shrimp join together in grasping hands. Everyone's meal grabs them by the face before pushing them back, forcing everyone to fall backwards in their chairs. And at this, the song is finally over. A couple things here. I did read that this scene took 5 days to film.
Wow.
The studio absolutely hated it and said that it had nothing to do with the movie. It didn't fit anything. It made no sense. So Tim Burton agreed to cut it, and it wasn't added back until the very last minute. So we almost would not have had this. And this scene is, beyond iconic.
Well, damn, how much time does that cut?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true too.
And it's crucial to what happens next, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I will be honest. I won't say this doesn't have anything to do with it, but this seems like more fun than scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like those kids in Talk to Me.
Mm.
They were having fun.
When it's like, I know this should be scary.
Yeah. And they had a good soundtrack too.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. In that interview with V. Neal too, she said that her and the hairstylist were in like the kitchen area when this was being shot, and that they kept having to start over because nobody could keep a straight face. Everybody kept laughing.
That's one thing I do want to call out is their performances of taking part in this and also being confused as hell that they are.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is so good.
Well, because it's like they'll get caught up and then they remember. Like what the fuck am I doing?
And Lydia is hilarious too, just watching.
Yeah.
Watch
Well,
us.
she's just laughing her ass off.
Yeah.
And then with the shrimp, they tried so many ways to get this to work and like various different effects, but none of them were successful. So what they ended up doing was having 6 people crouched down underneath the table with shrimp gloves on and waiting for their cue to grab everybody's face.
It's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, it does.
One last thing, well, really 2, but it's about the Banana Boat song. Tim Burton had originally conceived it to be a song by the Ink Spots that they perform. And I think it was Catherine O'Hara that was like, no, they've been listening to Calypso the whole movie.
Yeah.
So, and it works. I love the Ink Spots.
Mm-hmm.
But that would have been...
There's something about the vibe of this song that just plays perfectly.
And gets stuck in your head for
Yes.
the whole week.
If we're lucky.
Yeah. And one last thing that is equal parts heartbreaking and heartwarming, but this was the last song played at Glenn Shaddix's funeral in 2010.
Oh, that's... Oh.
Equal parts.
Yeah.
I know. In the attic, Adam and Barbara squeal, hug, and celebrate their handiwork.
I think we all have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
I don't, but maybe I guess they really haven't read that book and have learned a lot from it. But it seemed like the last time we saw them, they really needed Beetlejuice's help.
Yeah.
This seems more like a Beetlejuice situation.
Absolutely. It is just really funny that they meet him and she's like, I'm fucking inspired. Like,
Yeah. Like, how did she know?
hear me out.
Well, that's what she needed.
yeah,
to
I mean,
push.
yeah.
So were they possessing all of them?
I guess.
Because the movements, it seemed more like they were like miming with their bodies, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, well, you can only really do 2 at a time, and then it's the whole table. So I don't know. It's
Well,
very
there's 2 of them, maybe.
They are ghosts.
Do they possess the shrimps too?
They're doing really well, honestly.
Yeah. They don't need his help.
No.
They've learned very quickly. But they go to the window in anticipation of screaming guests fleeing from the house. But the cars sit neatly parked and unoccupied. Adam assures Barbara that it'll be any minute now, but they're pulled from the window by a knock at the door. When Barbara opens it, Lydia stands there looking at them. She tells them sourly, "They want you to come downstairs." She adds that Delia said they can wear whatever sheets they want. But much like they did when they went off the bridge, Adam and Barbara's excitement has died.
That was
Wow.
it took me a second, but God damn,
I
dude.
didn't know how to react.
No,
to that.
it went a little silent in here.
Yeah, that was,
Too soon.
I thought we liked them.
Yeah. God.
Maybe that was a little too much. Cut that out.
No, we're leaving it.
Put something better and less sad.
I want everyone to know who you are.
But the excitement is reborn downstairs, where in the living room, Charles is giddy, likening their experience to being at an amusement park. Sitting together on the couch with their drinks, Beryl, Grace, and Delia all giggle, Grace remarking that she didn't even know she could dance like that. Delia asks them, "Who has more fun than us?" It's like, you had nothing to do with it. Almost everyone clutches onto copies of Lydia's sheet ghost pictures of Adam and Barbara, and Otho consults his as he stands behind the bar. He tells the group that they're dealing with Tracy and Hepburn here, very sophisticated. Grace wonders why Charles didn't tell them this before, and when Charles tries to stammer out an answer, Delia interrupts. They don't know if they want their little secret out because everyone is going to want them for their own parties. This dawns on Charles, and he asks Grace if people would pay good money for this. But Beryl is the one to confirm, citing that the Inquirer is offering $50,000 for proof of life after death. Charles marvels at this number and holds up his own proof, the photos of Adam and Barbara's floating sheets. Otho advises to Charles that now he can get Maxie Dean up here. Charles asks if he really thinks so, and Otho does. He shares that Sarah loves the supernatural, and if they can produce ghosts for her, she'll make Maxie sprint here in his helicopter.
I do want to say that I'm not shocked, but I don't think that's the first thing I would think of if I have access to ghosts. If my child is like, look, we're friendly, we're cool, you just got to be cool. I don't think an amusement park where the ghosts possess you is
Absolutely not. But look at who the Dietzes are. Like Charles literally moved here to relax, and he's like, we could buy the whole town. Like they have this supernatural experience. Let's find a way to monetize it. Like that's just what they do.
Yeah,
capitalism, I guess.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like if it's us, and I'd be a little shaken from the dance routine still.
Yeah,
that experience that we just had was pretty like surreal, and we might take a day or something.
Yeah,
we'll regroup.
Well, they got over it quick.
They did, and I just feel so fucking bad for the Maitlands, man.
Yeah, they were really proud. They thought it worked.
Yeah,
they just can't catch a break.
No.
And I will say, I was kind of thinking like, oh, how convenient that Robert Goulet's wife loves ghosts. But at the same time, it's like he had already said that he had this paranormal like situation going on in New York, and that's where they're from.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe that's how he met, and he knows all these things.
Mm-hmm.
Could be.
They're planning all these like really smart things in the screenplay.
Yeah. Delia clasps her hands together in delight as Otho and Charles cackle. But previously sitting quietly in a chair, Bernard rises between them. He reminds the group that he's Delia's agent and he's consistently lost money on her for years. If anything is happening here, he will handle it, but not until he's seen real proof. Grace protests, and Delia invites him to tell her what was at that table if it wasn't proof. And also, what did he mean about losing money? Doesn't he believe in her work? I was like, oh, girl.
Yeah.
No.
It's like, I was in Vanity Fair.
Yeah. Charles tries to stop Bernard before he can answer, but the perfect scapegoat comes when Lydia descends the stairs. Everyone turns to her expectantly, and she delivers the news that they don't want to come down. Everyone walks closer to the stairs, but Otho is the one to ask, why not? Lydia reasons that it's because they were trying to scare them away, but they didn't get scared. With a chuckle, Delia dismisses this. They're dead. It's a little late to be neurotic. Nobody else thinks this is funny, and she glances around desperately at her guests. Bernard is ready to go. He, Grace, and Beryl head for the door. Delia hurries after them, reminding Bernard that they just had a paranormal experience. What happened at that table was real. Bernard is last in line behind Grace and Beryl, but he stops to address Delia directly. He tells her, Delia, you are a flake. You have always been a flake. He tells her that if she insists on frightening people, she can do it with her sculpture. Delia stares in shock as if she's just been slapped, and without another word, Bernard leaves and closes the door behind him. Charles just calls after them to drive carefully. But I'm like, you were there. You were fucking dancing with everybody else.
Yeah, I don't get that reaction.
Otho attempts to be pragmatic. He asks Lydia where they hide, and she tells them the attic. Charles counters that the attic is locked, but Lydia reminds her father that they're ghosts. They can do what they want. This doesn't sit right with Delia, who demands that Lydia take them upstairs right now. Lydia leads the way as they ascend the narrow stairway to the closed attic door. The whole way, Otho expresses his excitement, calling them Otho Finlock's locked door ghosts. I'm like, how?
Yeah.
Hey,
What?
Hold on.
He ponders if the couple took their own lives up there and shares that he's totally enchanted. They stop at the door, and Delia reasons that they must be living like animals in there. Charles asserts again that the door is locked. How do they get in? Delia knocks on the door, demanding that the dead people come out, and if they don't, they'll break the door down and drag them out by the ropes they hang themselves with. Nice lady.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lydia tries to tell her stepmother that that's not what happened, but Delia maintains that it doesn't matter. She takes this as a teachable moment for Lydia. You have to take the upper hand with people in all situations. Otherwise, they'll walk all over you, dead or alive.
I don't think that that's how ghosts work.
No.
I don't.
She didn't read the book.
Yeah.
No. She pounds on the door again, yelling for them to open it, and the door suddenly swings open. Delia pushes Lydia forward. She walks inside without fear, and they follow in a cluster behind her before spreading out in the attic and looking over Adam's model. When asked where they are, Lydia shares that they're really nice people, and she thinks that they scared them away. She wants everyone to just leave them alone.
I just want to say really quick that the set looks beautiful in this attic right now.
Mm-hmm.
The blue lights
Yeah.
and this like golden glow coming off of the model, and almost I think there's like hanging lights
Yeah,
too.
Yeah.
over the model.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Charles realizes that the model is of the entire town as he lowers down to its level. Everyone's face is bathed in the cool blue light of the attic, as Delia admits that she's never been so embarrassed. She asks Lydia, they're not gone for good, are they? As Otho wanders, Charles playfully pushes a car down the street in Adam's little town. I'm just connecting something that we see later, like as I'm talking. That's hilarious. Lydia chastises him, telling him to stop before asking if they can just go now. But Otho's eyes widen as he spots the handbook for the recently deceased. Gentle piano begins to play as he picks it up. Suddenly, Delia asserts that there are no ghosts here. She rushes to the door and instructs everyone to follow her, telling them that if they are in here, she doesn't want to scare them away. But Lydia is the only one that listens. Otho is consumed by the handbook, and Charles stays squatted down, surveying the model. Delia goes over and pulls him up, dragging him toward the door, calling out to Adam and Barbara that they're leaving now so they can just go about their business. Otho follows suit, leaving behind them, but taking the handbook with him as he goes.
That fucking handbook.
Yep. We stay in the attic, though, and spot two sets of hands clinging to the windowsill. We zoom in on them as the door slams. A tinier version of Beetlejuice's voice cackles crazily from the model cemetery. We zoom in as he leans against his tombstone, mocking the Maitlands on their supposed spookiness. Smoking his cigarette, he quips, "Now let's turn on the juice and see what shakes loose," before dashing behind the tombstone, which is just
That's great.
great. Adam and Barbara pull themselves up to the window and peer fretfully into the attic. In the narrow stairway, leaving the door closed behind them, Delia, Otho, Lydia, and Charles descend. Charles tells Otho that he needs to get Maxie on the phone right away because they've really got something here. He ponders that they could turn this place into the world's leading supernatural research center or an amusement park. He volunteers that he'll ready the presentation and Lydia can bring the ghosts. It's like, what part of any of this has Lydia consented to bringing the ghosts?
Why do they think that she would be okay with any of it?
Yeah, they didn't even want to see you, dude.
No.
Yeah, she tried already.
Yeah. Lydia rebuts that she can't bring the ghosts. They're not here. Delia asks Otho if he can't do something, and Otho replies smugly, "Perhaps if I'm properly motivated." I thought these were your ghosts. You just said that 5 minutes ago. They continue downstairs to the second floor, and as Delia runs her gloved hand along the banister, Charles asks what kind of motivation Otho is going to require. Their conversation continues in the background as Delia lowers her gaze at the sound of rattling. She realizes then that the railing she rests her hands on has been replaced with the body of a giant snake. The head of the snake looms over them, hissing over the sound of the rattle. And when the Dietzes and Otho look up at it, we see that the snake, with its bared fangs and slitted eyes, has the warped head of Beetlejuice.
That's really cool.
It is very cool.
It is.
I will say, though, like, I understand, like, he is the professional in this field, but I still think the Maitlands were more elaborate. He's like, I'll just be a big snake that kind of looks like me.
Right.
Yeah. Snake juice.
Sure.
Yes, there you go. In that podcast I was talking about earlier, Rob Tharp said that they made a giant snake for this already before Michael Keaton was cast.
Really?
And so they had to scrap it and alter it to this version with his face.
That's crazy.
That sucks, man.
Yeah.
It looks great, though.
It does.
Yeah, it does. Tim Burton had said, too, that he purposefully wanted the effects to be kind of cheap illusions and not state-of-the-art, polished, and he wanted it to have a handmade and human feel.
Yeah.
Okay.
We talked about this before with Henry Selick. He has similar goals in his projects, and I think it really does make all the difference. Because if this were like a sleek I don't know, it just wouldn't be the same.
Right.
There is a certain charm to it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And stuff like that only enhances it.
Well, plus I think like you're saying, seeing it and like, oh, that feels like I can touch that.
Yeah.
As opposed to it just being like, that's fucking CGI.
It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But they also talked about, because Robert Short won the Academy Award again for the effects and the makeup. He understood what Tim Burton wanted. He wanted cartoony. He wanted over the top. And since the budget was so small, V. Neal in that interview said that Robert Short promised that if they did all of the props with Robert Short Productions Incorporated, that they would do it for very cheap.
Okay.
And V. Neal did say a prop that we see later on in the movie, she was like, and when he said cheap, it was cheap because it kept breaking.
Oh.
And we'll talk about it when we get there. But I mean, it's like we talked about at the beginning, this like perfect lineup of like, I don't want it to be too clean. Okay, I can do it. Like put me in, coach. It's just like, it's really inspiring and just a really cool story.
Yeah.
But everyone backs up against the wall as the Beetlejuice snake peels its body from the railing and slithers across the floor. He glides between Delia's feet and looks up at her, prompting her to scream and flee from the hallway. Otho takes this opportunity to try to sneak by, but Beetlejuice spots him and smacks him on the ass with his rattle, causing him to go tumbling down the stairs. Charles darts into his study, but Beetlejuice wraps his tail around Charles's ankle and snatches him back into the hall. He holds him up, suspending him upside down from his ankle, and tells him in a gravelly voice, "We've come for your daughter, Chuck." He cackles as he holds Charles over the railing of the stairs. Lydia protests, but Beetlejuice drops him, causing him to crash down on the first floor. And I will say there's very little consequence for that.
Yeah. That's very true.
Because I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
He swoops on Lydia, exposing his sharp teeth in a monstrous grin as she turns away from him and covers her face. But before he can do anything, Barbara steps into the hallway. She snaps into action and says his name 3 times, which also banishes him.
Yeah. Let it go. That's fine.
Beetlejuice turns to look at her and laments, "Oh no!" With a cartoonish sound, Beetlejuice's snake shadow is rendered immobile and snapped back into place as the railing for the stairs. Crying, Lydia asks Barbara why they're doing this. She runs to her room, telling them all to just leave her alone. She slams the door and Barbara returns to the attic with Adam.
But they already told you why they were doing this.
Also, that was not me.
Yeah,
that was
yeah, but we did tell you we want you the fuck out of the house.
Yeah, but part of me would be like, no, Lydia, we're the playful, Harry Belafonte ghost. Dance party ghost. That's
right,
us.
we were doing the dance.
Twerking at the table. That's us.
That was us.
We don't know any of this shit. And we're really sorry.
It's like you should probably go check on your father instead of being mad at me.
Child's Play 2 over here.
Well,
how's it hanging, Charles? But Adam and Barbara pace back and forth as Barbara details their situation. They're either going to spend the next century hanging out of the window or stuck here doing parlor tricks. Adam guesses that maybe after the snake, the family will want to leave now. But Barbara reminds him that Beetlejuice could have hurt somebody.
I think I realized in this scene there is a huge difference. The Maitlands are still good people.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think Beetlejuice cares if he murders somebody, dude.
Clearly not.
Yeah.
We were referencing Child's Play 2. Charles fell from a much greater height than Chucky dropped Phil from.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he could have easily broken his neck.
This would be a very different
This would be
film.
a really,
Yeah, it would.
a really different ending. But Adam points out that he didn't hurt anybody, and now they have them right where they want them. I think it's debatable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the model, a stream of steam bursts into the air, and upon examination, we see that Beetlejuice has crashed a tiny car, and the steam spouts out from the crushed front end. I say Beetlejuice crashes it, but is this what Charles
Maybe.
pushed down the street?
Okay.
Yeah.
But Beetlejuice is pissed. He yells up at them, questioning how dare they interrupt a professional while he's working. Barbara admits that she's not particularly fond of Charles Dietz either, but he could have killed him. Beetlejuice counters that he was just doing his job. He thought they had a deal. Adam and Barbara loom over the model, giant to him, and they watch intently as Beetlejuice realizes that it's okay. It's okay because he didn't want to do business with these deadbeats anyway. The only one he is interested in doing business with is Lydia, who he describes as Edgar Allan Poe's daughter. He thinks that she could understand him. Barbara plucks Beetlejuice up between her fingers and warns him to leave Lydia alone. Before she can threaten him further, Beetlejuice triggers sharp spines to come out of his body, and when they puncture Barbara's fingers, she drops him back onto the plastic grass. He gets stuck and has to pull himself back up. But when he rises to his feet, he chuckles, dusting himself off and inviting Barbara to go ahead, make his millennium.
I love the interplay between all these environments.
Yeah.
The editing between holding this tiny little Beetlejuice doll.
Yeah.
It's just really well done.
He cackles with his whole chest before it dissolves into a gross hacking sound. Spikes still erect from his body, he shares in so many words that he's horny. It's been about 600 years. Looking down the street that Adam so painstakingly built, he wonders if they know a place where a guy like him could get some action. Suddenly, a woman's voice coquettishly calls out hi to him, and Beetlejuice is suddenly bathed in a red light, technically making Beetlejuice,
Oh, no.
1988,
No.
a giallo film.
Look,
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I thought we were done.
Never. We spin around him to reveal a new building lit in red and neon, Dante's Inferno Room. Its sign boasts girls, live nudes, and most importantly, air conditioning. Women beckon and call to him, and he bounces his way to the entrance excitedly, dancing and thrusting his hips as he goes. Beetlejuice commends Adam on the club, and even Barbara is like, Adam, why did you build that?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That killed me.
And I'm gonna be honest, like no matter what, whoever built this, right? They don't have to watch this. Like
Yeah.
they watch for a really long time.
Right,
And he
he's
like
a fool,
saunters
yeah.
and just is like, dude, let's go. He's distracted.
Give him some
Give him his
privacy.
privacy.
Yeah.
But offended, Adam asserts that he didn't build it. Their hair blows back in a sudden wind, and with a cascade of paperwork, we're back in the office of the afterlife. We see the messenger and the hanged man still traveling along the cables with their paperwork before finding Juno. She sits with her paperwork as decaying football players clamor around her desk. She implores them to shut up and leave her alone because she's got all this work to do. The receptionist leads Adam and Barbara to the door, but stops and gives a courtesy knock. When Juno looks up and sees them, she yells at them to get in here and sit down. She admits that Dante's was her idea to get Beetlejuice out of the picture because they have screwed everything up. She was informed that they allowed themselves to be photographed and they let Beetlejuice out and didn't put him back. And now Otho has a hold of the handbook.
They didn't put him back.
But she did put him back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Maybe
missed that
like-
last part, you know?
Maybe like in the grave.
Oh shit.
Oh, yeah. Because he did break out of the coffin.
They had to dig him
Oh,
up.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. But I'm like, when you lay it out like that, yeah, we fucked up.
Yeah. Well, she knew they were going to fuck up.
Yeah. Hey, you're the one that disappeared when I asked you a question.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah.
That's true. Adam asks when that happened about the handbook, but Juno doesn't even waste her time answering. She tells them angrily, never trust the living. They simply can't let a routine haunting like theirs provide proof that there is existence of life beyond death. This was not established that
No.
it's important to keep this secret.
Yeah.
Wasn't she telling them to scare the shit out of the Dietzes?
Yeah, but I guess just don't
Yeah.
leave evidence.
Well, you gotta
You
tell me
should've
that
said
part.
Yeah.
I've never done this before.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
Very.
Dumb football player played by Gary Jockimson leans down to her and interrupts. Calling her coach, he asks where the bathroom is. Juno informs him that she is not his coach. His coach survived. Dumb football player number 2, played by Bob Pedersen, leans in, his face hidden behind his shattered and bloody helmet. Still calling her coach, he wonders when curfew is. Juno just begs him to get out of here. They finally scatter, and Juno excuses herself to lead the rest of the team out, asking if they really can't read the signs leading to the men's room. But in the land of the living, Delia and Charles are on their patio, sitting in a chair and enjoying a drink in the sunshine.
This shot through the environment, through that window, and capturing them
Yeah.
in like perfect symmetry. I loved the hell out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's maybe the brightest shot in the film as well.
Yeah.
But the cinematographer said that this was his favorite shot, period, and that he was just grateful that Tim Burton let him do what he had in mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's such an interesting thing that does not feel really of this film,
No.
Yeah.
but it looks fantastic.
Well, transitioning from where they are to back, like, I mean,
Yeah.
it's really cool.
And I guess that is perfect if you're trying to make that contrast,
Yeah,
Okay.
because this does look alive.
Yeah.
that's true. Charles wonders if maybe this is a bad idea. Delia says quickly that she didn't say anything before admitting that Charles has never had a bad idea. He brightens at this and pulls off his sunglasses. With nothing to show of his descent from the second floor, besides a Band-Aid on his forehead, he looks around optimistically, asserting that it's all going to work out. If that's all I got from that fall, I'd be optimistic.
Yeah.
Delia, however, doesn't look so convinced, and Charles has to confess that he isn't sure this is the right environment for Lydia. He counts off snakes, ghosts, and Delia adds, shrimp. Otho saunters over wearing sunglasses and a robe, remarking, "Oh, you family types." He reminds them that they've got other things to worry about. Maxie Dean is coming tonight, and they have to figure out a way to sell these ghosts because he can only do so much.
Does this fucker live with us here?
Yeah.
He's gotten very
Is that my robe?
Honestly. Yeah.
He's just there. I was like, wait, me and my wife are sitting here. We're having drinks. This dude just walks out, sandals, and just...
Yeah. He's like, oh, this is the last cup of coffee, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
He is drinking something.
Yeah.
Fuck. Charles asks exactly what is Otho going to do? Viciously rearrange their environment? Ripping off his sunglasses, Otho counters that he knows just as much about the paranormal as he does about interior design. And this renders everyone quiet.
I think that means something different to Charles and Delia.
Yeah. In Lydia's bedroom, she sits at her desk with the fishnet veil over her face. She writes on a piece of paper as she cries, "I am alone." She balls the paper up and tosses it away, sniffling as she reassesses her statement. She writes a new one. "I am utterly alone. By the time you read this, I will be gone, having jumped," she crosses out jumped, "having plummeted off of the Winter River Bridge." I did not remember this at all.
No.
I was going to say the exact same thing. I don't know how we forgot
Yeah.
because it is kind of crucial.
Yes.
But yeah, completely wiped, gone.
But back in Juno's office, she pounds on her desk, emphatic that she doesn't care what it takes. They need to get the Dietzes out of there now. With their assignment, Barbara and Adam nod and stand up, but Juno tells them to sit back down. She wants to know exactly what they plan to do to scare them because she wants to make sure it's not some silly parlor trick. That is funny to me that she's like, "You got to get them out of there." And they're like, "You got it, boss." And they were just leaving. Like they've not gotten any more tools to do anything better.
So real quick, there is an announcement that's being made for Flight 409 in the background while they're talking to their caseworker. I got curious because I was like, everything's got to mean something.
Yeah.
So I did look, and I was very surprised to learn that this is a real event that happened. It was a United Airlines Flight 409. It was October 6th, 1955. 66 people died in that plane crash.
Oh my
Good
God.
Lord.
I was like, what the hell?
That kind of adds to time being just like,
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
it makes no sense here.
Yeah.
That's wow. But Barbara and Adam exchange a glance and he volunteers to go first. Calmly, he pulls off his glasses before gripping his nose with one hand and sticking his fingers into his mouth with the other. We watch him in profile as he pokes points out of the back of his head and pulls the top of his face forward by his nose. When he's done, his eyes are long and black ovals, and as a finishing touch, he thrusts his fingers inside, his eyeballs sticking to the ends of each of them. When he raises his hands again, there's an eyeball decorating the tip of each and every one of his fingers. Barbara watches this display with approval, and with a stream of smoke leaking from her slit throat, even Juno has to admit that it's not bad. She instructs Barbara to go now, and although she looks uncomfortable at first, she thinks fast. Barbara rolls her eyes back to whites, and with the flick of her fingers, she sends them into the back of her head, making her eye sockets empty black recesses. She grips each of her lips and pulls her mouth open wide. Her yawning maw now takes over her entire face. Her wet tongue and an impossible myriad of teeth now take center stage. Her eyes that she flicked backward now stand supreme at the base of her tongue and stare back at Juno. She turns toward Adam, who raises the eyeballs at the ends of his fingers to the lenses of his glasses that he holds so that he can see her properly. That is hilarious.
Yeah.
These looks are so iconic.
Oh, yeah.
These makeups. I think that again, what I had said earlier at the intro, a kid seeing this, a PG film.
Yeah.
This is actually really scary.
Yeah.
Legitimately. And watching them become these monsters.
Mhm.
I understand Adam kind of has a little spy versus spy thing going on.
Yeah.
And I don't know which came first, but I think that these are really inventive and very creative. And she did one up him, I have to say.
Yeah, that.
In that Rob Tharp interview, he said that Rick Heinrichs would make little sculpts of what these builds were supposed to look like. And so these faces were essentially giant Halloween masks. And Barbara's eyes and tongue were mechanical. And the stretching was done with replacement animation, which we talked a lot about in
Really?
Coraline.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's wild is I did notice there are shots where they're just kind of there and her tongue is in motion.
It's
Yeah.
moving. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
really,
wonderful.
really cool. But Juno compliments that they look great. She tasks them with cleaning the house, but warns them to not forget the photos and that damn handbook. As they leave, the football players file back into Juno's office, led by very dumb football player played by Dwayne Davis. His face etched with worry, he tells her earnestly, "Coach, I don't think we survived that crash." Juno stares back at him, a finger pressed to her temple when she asks sarcastically, "How did you guess?"
I want to have sympathy. But
Yeah.
In the attic, Lydia comes in, gently calling out for Adam and Barbara. She carries the note that she just wrote with her, but sets it down in her search for them. When she asks where they are, a gravely voice speaks up from the newly built Dante's Inferno room in Adam's model. Dead, dead, dead ski. When Lydia looks down and sees Beetlejuice lounging on the balcony of the building in his robe with tanning glasses on his eyes, she tells him simply that of course they're dead, they're ghosts. But Beetlejuice means that they're gone. Pulling off her veil, Lydia asks if he's a ghost too, and with a grin, he responds, "I'm the ghost with the most, babe."
he's always on.
Yeah.
Snatching his glasses off and getting out of his chair, Beetlejuice shares that Lydia looks like someone he could relate to. Maybe she could even help him out of here because this dead thing is just... He breaks off when he sees a bug scuttling along the balcony. Beetlejuice scoops it up and bites its head off. And as he chews with his mouth open, he finishes his sentiment. It's just too creepy. Lydia looks down on him with unease as he details his problem. He has these friends on the outside that he said he'd meet, and he needs to be there in person. So he was just wondering, can she help him get out of here?
He is so diabolical.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Lydia tells him sadly that she wants to get in. Beetlejuice is taken aback by this, and after a brief look at his surroundings, he asks her sincerely, why? But he quickly goes back into salesman mode. He's sure she has her reasons, but there's really nothing he can do about it in here. If she could get him out there, maybe they could talk about it or something. But in order to do that, Lydia has to say his name 3 times. She asks what his name is, and he counters that he can't tell her. Lydia doesn't understand, but Beetlejuice thinks of an excuse. If he tells Lydia, then she'll tell her friends, and then they'll be calling him all the time, and now he's got to show up at shopping centers for openings to sign autographs and shit, and then his life is a living hell. But he reasons that maybe they can play charades.
It's a nice sidestep
Yeah.
to the truth.
Like, don't ask too many questions. He gets ready, indicating to her that it's 2 words. Lydia gets this right away, to Beetlejuice's excitement. He lets her know that the first word has 2 syllables. He starts grunting and moving his head, and when Lydia doesn't understand, he blurts out very eagerly for her to look behind her. She does, and in the blue light of the attic, sitting in one of the chairs, a giant beetle waves to her. In Beetlejuice's voice, it says, "Hi, how are you?" Before disappearing.
I had to pause.
Yes.
That was so funny.
He seemed nice.
Yeah.
Very casual.
Beetle ask?
Yeah, dude. I love it so much.
It's so funny. Lydia gasps loudly, horrified, but stammers out her guess. Beetle? He tells her that she's right and moves on to the second word. Right next to Lydia's head, a carton of orange juice appears and tips over to pour its contents into a floating glass. These visual aids disappear and Lydia is left to guess. Breakfast? Orange? Orange beetle? He pantomimes drinking and slurping from a glass, and Lydia continues to guess badly. Beetle fruit? Beetle breakfast? Beetle drink?
Frankly, I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
These guesses are wild.
It took a while.
But it makes you think of like when you're on well, you're not on Family Feud. But when you're watching Family Feud and it seems so obvious or whatever, and then it's
being
like
in the moment.
Exactly.
Right.
I'd be saying beetle breakfast too.
He pulls at his earlobe and is distracted momentarily by licking the residue off of his thumb before returning to disappointment. I'm like, this dude is just fucking gross. But finally, Lydia guesses. Beetlejuice? He yells that that's right. She asks, your name is Beetlejuice? He encourages her. She said it twice. She just has to say it once more. Come on. And this is when I'm like, they weren't back to back.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
But he's like, no, you're good. It's fine.
The rules,
Yeah.
what are they?
There's suggestions. She realizes then that he was the snake. She casually accuses him of this, and he's like, what snake? You kids in your imagination. He demands her to just say it. Lydia ponders this and declines his offer. She wants to talk to Barbara first. But Beetlejuice is like, you don't need to talk to Barbara. Just say it. But Adam and Barbara, with their horrific new faces, are wandering through the black and white checkered hallway. Behind them, the custodian still mops the floor. They approach the brick door that leads them back to the attic. Barbara hesitates, admitting to Adam that she can't go through with this because she likes Lydia. Speaking sincerely through his grotesque face, Adam tells her that they have to, but Barbara isn't buying that. Can't they rebel or something? Adam sighs deeply and calls her name, but Barbara admits with sadness that she wants to be with Lydia. Regardless, the wall opens up for them and they step into the attic. They're greeted with Beetlejuice's yells, begging Lydia to just say it. They run over to her, telling her not to, but their new faces scare the shit out of her.
With good reason.
Yeah. Lydia screams and backs away from them, and in the chaos and Beetlejuice's begging, the railing to Dante's gives way and he falls. Barbara switches back to her normal face and assures Lydia that it's okay, it's just them. She asks what's going on, and Lydia starts to explain by saying Beetlejuice's name, but Barbara shushes her before she can. She corrects herself. He said that if she said his name, he'd take her to the other side so that she could find them. Barbara reminds Lydia that they're dead, but Lydia shares somberly that she wants to be dead too. Barbara gives her an emphatic no.
I don't remember Beetlejuice promising that.
He didn't.
Yeah.
Just making
He
sure.
was purposefully vague. He's like, we'll talk about something.
Yeah.
She glances up at Adam, who seems to be having trouble putting himself back the way he was, before telling Lydia sincerely that being dead doesn't make things easier. Still disfigured, Adam implores her to listen to Barbara because this is something they know a lot about. Barbara offers that Lydia can come up here to visit them anytime she wants, and Barbara just has a feeling that things are going to get a little better from now on. Adam grunts as he tries to push his face back the way that he was. Lydia asks what Barbara means by better, and we watch Adam's back as he goes to stand next to his wife. Barbara tells Lydia that she and Adam have decided that they're going to invite Lydia and her family to stay. And I don't fucking remember that
Yeah.
at all. 'Cause before they stepped in here, Adam's like, bitch, we got to,
Yeah.
we have to. We got to get him out of here.
That was the whole monster bit.
Yeah. No.
That was the whole point.
That's why we came back like that.
Yeah.
Placing a loving hand on his wife's shoulder, Adam finally turns to face us. He's returned to normal except for his giant pulled out nose. He tells Lydia that that's right. Lydia giggles at his nose, and Adam is finally able to shove it properly back into his face. But all three of them hurry to hide when the attic door opens. Charles and Otho come in and go straight for Adam's model. Otho asks why they can't just bring Maxie up here, and Charles tells him to just listen to him because he's got stake in this too. There has to be a presentation. They figure out that the table the model sits on disconnects, and they each carry a part downstairs. Adam wonders what's going on, and Lydia assures them that she'll find out. As she steps out of their hiding spot and makes her way to the door, Barbara pleads with her to be careful. Down in the living room, Charles is dressed smartly in a suit. He uses his pointer to illustrate his ideas on a map he's made of the town. He boasts that Ed Cornwall will run the Wax Museum, which is dedicated to the 50 great moments of the paranormal. Slapping the board with his pointer, he says that they'll do that right in Thanksgiving Park. Otho serves Maxie a drink, and Charles prods that Maxie has to remember Ed Cornwall, the genius behind the talking Marcel Marceau statue, who was a famous mime. So I don't
That's another great joke.
It's so good. Sitting next to Sarah Dean, played by Mari Cheatham, Maxie looks unimpressed. Charles continues that Decon is begging to sponsor the insect zoo that they'll put in the old hardware store. They simply can't lose. I'm like, don't you fucking touch the hardware store.
Haven't you done enough?
Yeah.
Delia applauds the presentation, and when she sees that she's the only one doing so, she stops, but she drops Charles an encouraging wink. Lydia comes over and Charles hugs her, sharing that he just finished the initial presentation, so now it's time to stretch and then invite his friends to meet Lydia's friends. Munching on the olive from her drink, Sarah asks if they're here yet, and Maxie reminds Charles in a bored tone that they're here to see some ghosts. Before Charles can placate him, Lydia reveals that the ghosts aren't here anymore. Charles and Lydia are both a study in disappointment, but Charles tries to laugh it off. He says that every time Lydia says that, the walls peel and a creature tries to kill them. Delia tries to extinguish the awkwardness by joining in with her husband's laughter. Sarah goes over to Lydia, sharing with her that they've seen her pictures, but Lydia insists that she's telling the truth. The ghost said they might come back and they can all live together, though, if they promise not to tease them or make them do stupid tricks. Delia scoffs that Lydia has a tendency to overreact, but it's nothing to worry about because they're not relying on Lydia. They've got Otho. They turn to Otho, who stands behind the bar. Charles and Delia ask if they're still here, and Otho assures the group that they are. They're just hiding out. Lydia takes a seat at the bar as Charles assumes that they probably feel guilty for what they did to him, but Delia adds that they're just sorry they didn't kill him. I was like, what the fuck?
What?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Holy shit, dude.
It's more problems than we thought.
Yeah.
But Maxie doesn't care about guilt. He just wants to see some ghosts. Charles asks if Otho can do it, and with a grin, Otho says that it'll be a challenge, but he thinks he can handle it.
Is this something we really want to be exploiting, man? Like, is it we want to make some ghosts do work or
Do work?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, what
But
the
they
fuck?
are! But
they-
yeah,
honestly.
what's happening?
It's shameful
Yeah.
behavior. Otho holds up the handbook for the recently deceased, and as soon as Lydia sees it, she cries out, "No!" Delia's jaw drops in surprise at the sight of the book, but Lydia comes to her senses. She realizes that she doesn't have anything to worry about because Otho can't even change a tire. Otho takes this in stride, telling the group theatrically that he just needs something personal of the ghosts. Lydia remarks that they'll have to go to Goodwill for that, but something occurs to Delia and she excuses herself. A chaotic score rings out as we get a shot of the house, standing tall in the darkness of the night. In the dining room, seated at the head of the table with the handbook opened in front of him, Otho lights a red candle. He indicates the Maitland's possessions that Delia went to procure. Laid out on the table in front of the rest of the group are Barbara and Adam's wedding clothes. Under Otho's instruction, they all join hands. Otho reads from the handbook. Hands vermilion, start of 5. Bright cotillion, ravens dive. Nightshade's promise, spirits strive. To the living, let now the dead come alive.
I just want to say, firstly, this is one of the coolest collections of words I've ever heard in my life.
Absolutely.
But if you're a fan of the band Polka Dot Cadaver, this is the first verse of the song Get Possessed, and I just wanted to point that out.
That's awesome.
Very nice.
Otho's voice echoes eerily, and once he finishes the incantation, the lights go dark and lightning flashes through the windows. In the attic, Barbara and Adam sit together when Barbara suddenly begins to panic. She reaches out for her husband and calls his name, but he can't see or feel her. Barbara slowly dissipates, and when Adam reaches out for her, his hand goes right through the space she once occupied. In the dining room, they are all bathed in the green light as Otho continues. As sudden thunder pierces night, as magic wonder mad affright, rives asunder man's delight, our ghost, our corpse, and we rise to be. As he speaks, Delia's eyes widen as the wedding dress begins to fill out with the shape of Barbara's body. The dress begins to rise, and slowly, Barbara's hands drop from the lacy sleeves and her head pops out, complete with its veil.
I'd be mad as fuck if this is how I came back or came back to what I came back to.
Yeah.
Like, for real, you fucking made it happen?
Yeah. Oh, no, I'd be pissed.
Yeah.
Lydia laments this, and Barbara whispers Adam's name as the attendees of the seance stare up at her in amazement. Adam is still wandering the attic, confused, and suspended above the table. Barbara's features wither into that of an elderly woman. Lydia begs them to stop this, but Maxie just shushes her. Barbara looks lovingly down at Lydia and holds a hand out to her. As Lydia reaches for it, Otho continues. As flies the lizard, serpent fell as goblin wizard at the spell. The buried, dead and slain, rise again. As Adam grasps for the door handle, he realizes that it's his turn to dissipate.
So I'm starting to realize that Polka Dot Cadaver song is really just taken from all of this, and it's very fantastic.
His hand begins to disappear, the knob visible through it, and when he holds his hands up to his face, he too becomes nothing. He appears in his suit downstairs, filling it out just as Barbara did her dress and floating above the table with his bride. But Barbara looks even worse now. Still, Adam gently caresses her decrepit face.
There is something, and maybe part of it is the score as well.
Mm-hmm.
There is something so absolutely heart-wrenching about watching every single part of this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's like very emotionally resonant.
It is. He holds her hand in his own, pieces of her flesh disintegrating to dust and falling to the table. He looks down at this, and Barbara's face is permanently etched in misery as her shoe falls, clattering to the table as her foot withers in on itself. Delia asks what's happening to them, and Otho is flustered. He has to admit that he doesn't know as he frantically flips through the handbook. Lydia asserts sadly that they're dying, but Maxie reminds her that they're already dead. They can't feel a thing. Adam begins to wither, just as Barbara did, and Lydia implores Maxie that that's not true. All he has to do is look at them to see that. Charles is even disturbed. He tells Otho that that's enough and asks if he can stop it. Stripped of his dramatic flair and arrogance, Otho can only apologize because it's too late. But Lydia knows better. She runs to the living room where Adam's model is still set up for Charles's presentation. She finds Beetlejuice sitting on one gravestone with his legs propped up on the one next to it. He wears boots and a black and white striped suit, and when Lydia asks if he can help them, he turns to look at her and grins. I'm like, this is the iconic suit.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We fucking barely see it.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, again, where you're like, my memory of this is just...
Yeah. Because if you would have asked me, he wears this the whole movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beetlejuice agrees to help, but says that she's got to help him. He shares with Lydia that he wants out of here for good, and to do that, he's got to get married. They're not his rules because, come to think of it, he doesn't have any rules. And I believe him.
Oh, yes.
Disgusted, Lydia looks back at the dining room table where Barbara and Adam writhe in withering agony. Beetlejuice offers that she can look at it as a marriage of inconvenience, but they both get something out of it. He gets to get out, and she gets to say that she's hitched to the most eligible bachelor since Valentino. They're even. Lydia agrees, pleading with him to just help them. Sitting on his tombstone, Beetlejuice straightens his suit jacket and agrees, ready for the next step. Lydia glances back at the Maitlands once more, wearing twin expressions of woe as they look longingly at each other. She turns back toward the cemetery, and as Beetlejuice smiles at her eagerly, she does what she has to do. Closing her eyes, she forces herself. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice dusts off his sleeves and holds out his arms. Lightning flashes illuminating his face. He declares with a smile, "It's showtime."
Iconic.
Oh, yeah.
As the Maitlands sway, the model town rumbles, shaking the house and pulling the attention of the group away from Barbara and Adam. The model breaks apart and Beetlejuice ascends, the top of his head adorned with a black and white carousel, flanked by bat ears and crowned with a skull.
I could not believe my eyes, but that skull looks exactly like Jack Skellington.
Yes. Tim Burton said that he didn't even realize it until someone brought it to his attention. But he's like, but when you're sketching the same thing for so many years, like it didn't even occur to him.
Okay.
He also said that he found it interesting that the bat wings, because he was doing Batman after this.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Isn't that crazy?
That's wild. It's like he's teasing. Is this the
Yeah.
like MCU? What's going on?
Well, and the bat wings being on Michael Keaton.
Yeah.
It's just perfect. But this is what V. Neal was talking about when she said about Robert Short's stuff being cheap.
Yeah.
And quickly made. She said that the carousel, this whole thing of him rising up, it had to be done 4 or 5 times because every time Michael Keaton would come up, something different would break on that carousel. And they had to like go back to 1 and start again.
Yeah. I know we did talk about for a second remembering him always wearing this.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I remember I was the same way, but I think for me, the cartoon helped a lot
Oh.
because the cartoon aired in 89. And it ran from 89 to 91. There was 4 seasons. It had 94 episodes.
Jeez.
But
Damn.
this shot of him with the carousel, that's in the beginning of the cartoon opening. And he wears this, not the carousel, but he wears this outfit.
No, that's his outfit.
Yeah, that's his outfit.
So it's like just synonymous.
Yeah, but it is funny to think about that he just now has it on.
It's mind-blowing, really.
It really is. But it shows like some imagery, it just sticks with you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
His impossibly long black and white striped arms are rolled up toward him as he announces, "Attention, Kmart shoppers." He laughs as he continues to rise to the ceiling. He tells everyone that he's back and he feels real good about himself. So without further delay, the carousel begins to spin as he puts on a grating voice, welcoming them to the Winter River Museum of Natural Greed, a monument to the bored businessman. I was like, damn, he's fucking he's dragging their ass.
He was listening?
Oh,
He
yeah.
Surprisingly, Maxie and Sarah's faces brighten and they smile as they stare at Beetlejuice with amazement. He invites them to step right up, come a little closer, test your strength. He unfurls his rolled up arms, and at the end where his hands should be, giant mallets inflate. Devilish test your strength towers rise behind the Deans, but they giggle and admire Beetlejuice, oblivious. Charles turns to go toward them, but Delia stops him. Beetlejuice brings his mallets up and brings them down on the game. But instead of a ball being launched up to the tower, Maxie and Sarah Dean are launched upward, past the highest points and up through the ceiling. Otho, Delia, Charles, and Lydia stare at this in shock and horror. Beetlejuice thanks them, and when he walks into the frame smoking a cigarette, he is back down to normal size. And he shares that is why he won't do 2 shows a night anymore, babe. He just won't do it. He won't do it.
I do understand because committing a double murder is exhausting.
It's a once a night trick. He looks around maniacally, asking what they've got going on tonight. Addressing the elephant in the room, still floating over the dining room table, he points out that they've got the Maitlands, who he surmises have had enough exercise for tonight. A rim shot plays, and when Beetlejuice pantomimes swinging a golf club in their direction, Barbara and Adam collapse into a heap. Delia and Charles look at each other fearfully, and Otho tries to take this opportunity to just stride out of the room.
I respect
I
it.
don't blame him.
And I'm thinking about what you said earlier about him being of all time but not belonging to any time.
Yeah.
Because that allows him to make Johnny Carson references and talk about Kmart. And
Yeah. Do whatever he wants.
It's fine.
It's a flat circle.
Yeah.
But Beetlejuice jumps on Otho's back, telling him not so fast. They're going to have some laughs. He smacks a kiss on Otho's cheek before jumping off. When he turns his attention back to Charles and Delia, their faces brighten into fake smiles. But Delia throws Otho under the bus when she calls after him. Otho is running to the front door. But he freezes when literally a spotlight falls upon him. Beetlejuice pantomimes shooting him, and Otho's black and red suit falls away to reveal a powder blue one. Otho screams as he scampers away. Compared to the fucking Deans, he got...
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
You got to live.
You got fresh clothes?
That too!
Beetlejuice is all over the place.
Yeah.
And he's the one... I mean, I feel like Otho's more liable
Yeah.
for...
Yeah.
They
but-
just got here.
No.
They just want to see some freaky shit. As Beetlejuice blows invisible smoke away from his finger gun, Charles and Delia beckon Lydia to hurry over. She does, and they embrace her. But Beetlejuice sets his sights on the Dietzes, calling Charles and Delia Mom and Dad. He runs over to them and pulls them into a hug, sharing that the two of them are always welcome in their house anytime they want to come over. But in the meantime, he tells Charles that the dowry's on him as he places a handful of wriggling snakes into Charles's pocket. Like, this guy is fucking unhinged. Combing back his wispy and filthy hair, Beetlejuice reasons that everything is pretty much back to normal. When he turns back toward the Dietzes, he's wearing a burgundy suit with white ruffles, and he asks Lydia, "Shall we?" She is immediately clothed in a lacy red wedding dress. Wedding bells start to ring as the Maitlands try to protest, but when Adam attempts to speak out, his lower jaw falls off and Barbara has to try to put it back on. Arm in arm with Delia, Beetlejuice realizes that they're going to need witnesses. He calls for someone to come over, and two of Delia's sculptures bring themselves to life with some stop motion. The one that had trapped Delia against the house flips over and uses its strange arms as legs, and the other one slowly drags itself into the room while the Maitlands are becoming slightly more youthful, pulling themselves to their feet as well. Delia's sculptures reach Delia and Charles. One wraps itself around Charles, tying him to the chair that it's made itself into, and the other closes its arms around Delia, ignoring her screams as it pins her immobile. Beetlejuice blinks at the fireplace, which transforms itself into a crooked and warped doorway. I loved how that looked.
Oh, yeah.
And how scary is that? I know we kind of talked about it in Coraline with the furniture coming together, coming alive and all that. But your own shit is coming to fucking hold you down.
Yeah, it's too much. That strange green light from the other side seeps through as a creature, the preacher, played by Tony Cox, steps into the room.
I was very surprised to learn that this was Tony Cox.
I know.
I know him as Mr. Parker from Friday from 95, but he was also in Bad Santa in 03.
Yeah.
Tony Cox? Tony Cox?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Now, it isn't his voice we hear, but
No.
it is
Okay.
him playing this character.
Yeah. Yes.
That's why, okay. That's unbelievable.
I know. A dreary rendition of Here Comes the Bride begins as Beetlejuice leads Lydia over to the preacher, imploring that they get on with the ceremony. Lydia's face is sour and regretful, but the ceremony begins. The preacher, whose voice is provided by Jack Angel, begins. do you, Beetle? But Beetlejuice interrupts him, declaring that no one says the B word. So I'm like, does it go, like, depending on where he's at? If he's here, people can use it to send him back? Because that makes sense. I mean, Barbara did.
Yeah.
And that makes sense why he doesn't want anybody to know his name.
Okay, but
it sucks because you needed
To get him out.
one way.
Yeah.
There should be two spells. That's just
It doesn't make a whole
it
lot of
doesn't work.
The preacher continues without his name, asking if he takes Lydia to be his wedded wife. Beetlejuice pulls away and has a dramatic moment of cold feet, realizing that it's a big decision. He always said if he ever did it, he would only do it once and that's it. He rushes back to Lydia and takes her arm again, telling the preacher, sure. He tells him to go ahead. The preacher asks Lydia if she takes this man, but she interrupts and says no. She starts to say his name, but Beetlejuice clamps a hand over her mouth. He assures that she's just a little bit nervous, so he offers to answer for her, and he does. With Lydia's voice coming out of his mouth, he asserts that he is Lydia Dietz, and he's of sound mind. He declares, "The man next to me is the one I want. You asked me, I'm answering. Yes, I love that man of mine."
We gotta have a conversation about Beetlejuice. I think he's OP, dude. He is too powerful. He's far too powerful.
Yeah.
It's just not fair.
He's like Spider-Man level menace. Yeah. He's
No
like,
joke.
dude.
Lydia fights and whimpers against his hand, but what's done is done. Young again, Adam is strong enough to finally enter the room. He tries to say his name, but only gets Beetle out before Beetlejuice snaps and Adam's teeth and gums literally fall out onto the floor. Losing his patience, Beetlejuice yells at the preacher to come on. From the floor, Adam's teeth start to say Beetlejuice again.
He's determined.
And Beetlejuice tries to stop them, leading to a dance as Adam's chattering teeth try to bite back. Finally, he tells the teeth to scram and returns to Lydia, yelling at the preacher again to come on. Adam advances on him, but Beetlejuice somehow freezes him and tells him to take a hike. Adam evaporates in a burst of glitter and reappears by Beetlejuice's wrecked car in the model. But it's Barbara's turn now. Just as the preacher offers to get on with the ceremony, Barbara walks over. She calls out, "Beetlejuice." Beetlejuice turns to her and screeches, and suddenly a zipper is slapped over Barbara's mouth. His screech was fucking hilarious.
Oh, yeah. He can't have it. It's too close.
She simply unzips it and says again, "Beetlejuice." Beetlejuice rears up and pretends to throw something over to her. With a loud clang, a piece of metal appears, bolted over her mouth. She tries to peel it away, but it doesn't budge. Beetlejuice screams at the preacher to get it moving. Adam watches from the model as the preacher does, asking Beetlejuice to present the ring. Clearly, he didn't think of this, and he rages. As Adam closes the hood of the crashed car, Beetlejuice searches frantically through his suit, pulling out more snakes.
Is that like currency?
Yeah. He loves them.
These are our dollars? I don't understand.
But assuring Lydia that she knows he's got the ring. Barbara whimpers, trying to pull the metal plate away, and Beetlejuice snaps at her in annoyance. She disappears in a similar cloud of glitter, but reappears in the desert. A sandworm lurches through the sand behind her. In the model, Adam gets the car started and takes off down the street. Beetlejuice finally finds the ring, still snug on a dead, severed finger. Lydia grimaces at this, but Beetlejuice promises her she meant nothing to me. Nothing at all.
What the fuck?
Like Lydia gives a shit,
Yeah.
dude. This is fucking ridiculous.
The implication
Yeah.
that she's just jealous
Yeah.
is so funny. Adam drives wildly until he flies out of the model and goes along the floor. Just as the preacher is about to declare them man and, Adam crashes into Beetlejuice's foot, sparking a small flame and interrupting. Charles and Delia scream as the ceiling above Beetlejuice breaks open. A sandworm being ridden by Barbara snarls and screams at Beetlejuice as it descends down on him. Beetlejuice cringes away, but after Barbara jumps and lands safely out of the way, the sandworm clamps down and pulls him down into the floor with it as it goes. What the fuck?
Dude, babyface turn aside from this sandworm.
Yeah.
She wrote it back from Saturn?
Yeah, that
I don't
is the house there, or
I don't know.
Are we still in Connecticut?
That's probably why I didn't remember it being.
Probably.
Yeah.
It's like you're asking me to forgive a lot.
That's what it is. Because watching this now, even as I was writing it, I was like, this makes
No.
fucking sense.
But the absolutely wild thing is just watching the movie, you're like, yeah!
Yeah, it doesn't
Fuck
have
you,
to.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Let's not say fuck you to Beetlejuice.
But you accept it all.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's no question.
The furniture releases Charles and Delia, and Adam joins the group, also normal sized together. It doesn't matter.
Keep going.
Lydia tosses her red bouquet down into the hole in the ground as Adam and Barbara embrace. Lydia watches between the two couples as the Maitlands and the Dietzes awkwardly at first and then sincerely smile at each other. Realizing that his services are no longer needed, the preacher looks them all over before disappearing in a burst of flames.
He's like, whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not getting paid for this.
Yeah. Back to hell, I guess.
Yeah, he knew.
Isn't that, thinking about it, isn't that kind of reminiscent of Homer's trial after he ate the donut and how everybody else disappeared?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
I wonder if that's,
That's true. Some amount of time later, at Miss Shannon's school for girls, Lydia happily tells her classmates goodbye and gets on her bike to ride home. At the house that is back the way it used to be before Delia and Otho redecorated, Adam works on his model and Barbara lays out the wallpaper. When he asks her what time it is, she guesses it's about 3:30 and Adam adds, give or take a year. Lydia enters the house and calls out a hello. Adam and Barbara hurry over to her and Adam asks her if she got the paints. She did. She hands them over, as well as the photo she took for him of the new town hall, which is like so cute so that he can put it in his model, but
Yeah.
he can't go see it himself.
Yeah. It's very sweet.
Barbara asks how Lydia did on her science test, and she shares that they wanted her to dissect a frog, which is gross. She told them it was against her religion, so they gave her a C. Barbara accepts this and asks about the math test. Lydia hangs her head and Adam is appalled, remembering that they spent the whole week studying for it. But it was just a fake out, and Lydia brightens when she shares that she got an A. She asks, so can I? Looking over the photos she brought him, Adam reasons that he doesn't know. She got a C on her science test. Barbara grins and tells Adam not to tease Lydia. She's like, you never got an A in science, but he places a hand over her mouth and Lydia asks him, come on. After dramatic reflection, Adam says, well, I suppose. He pulls his glasses up and looks at the rocking chair. A spotlight falls on it and begins to rock back and forth to the rhythm of Jump in the Line by Harry Belafonte. More furniture follows suit, including the clock that spins wildly, the bird jutting out in celebration. In his office, Charles reads a book from the author of Handbook for the Recently Deceased. On the cover of this one, the couple looking longingly into the setting sun is joined by another couple gazing at them. It's titled The Living and the Dead, Harmonious Lifestyles and Peaceful Coexistence. He mutters that it reads like stereo instructions, but when he hears the music, he realizes that Lydia must have gotten an A on her math test.
When they were talking about her grades, the first thing that came to my mind was like, did they kill her fucking parents?
I was surprised to see them, frankly.
Yeah, no.
Especially with the house returned to normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I will say, because there were a couple different endings planned. And one of the endings was that the Dietzes go back to New York and Lydia stays behind with Adam and Barbara. And she helps them remodel the house back to the way it was before. So her coming home and talking about her grades and stuff, that feels contained in that.
Yeah.
And then they were
Okay.
probably like, no, we can't just have her parents.
Just leave.
Yeah.
The ghosts will raise her. That's fine.
It'll be fine. The school's not going to ask any questions. Charles is startled to the point of falling out of his chair when Delia thrusts her new sculpture at him, a replica of the head of the Beetlejuice snake. With a grin, she cradles her work to her and comments, "He likes it," before leaving the room. On the shelf, adorned with the professional photo of Delia, is the cover of Art in America, Delia Dietz, Images of the Afterlife. She did it.
Yeah.
Downstairs, Adam and Barbara dance together as Lydia dances alone. A spotlight falls on her and she begins to levitate in front of the staircase, lip syncing Jump in the Line. She continues to dance, living her best life, and we follow the music through a speaker, pumping sound into the waiting room in the afterlife. No, we are going to talk about this.
Hold on.
But I did want to say that in the script, Jump in the Line that's not the song they used. They used When a Man Loves a Woman.
What the hell?
What?
I was like,
No.
that's
Yeah.
What is the ending of this film with that song?
Yeah, that's a different tone.
It doesn't make any
sense. Everyone disliked that.
Yeah, there's no support here.
Yeah.
So in the waiting room, Beetlejuice sits on the couch between the bisected woman and her legs. When he places a lecherous hand on her thigh, she smacks him with her handbook and he slides off the couch. He mutters that he didn't see her there before crossing to the other couch and sitting between the shrunken head man and a medicine man. He tries to commiserate with the shrunken head man, scoffing, "Women. I don't know what her problem is." But he turns his tiny head away. It's so funny because he leans in to say more, but the shrunken head man is like, "Oh, no."
Yeah.
No.
He doesn't want to hear it.
At all. He turns his tiny head away, stopping Beetlejuice from sharing his next sentiment. Beetlejuice looks down at his number, 9,998,383,750,000. He looks at the now serving screen on the wall as it clicks from 2 to 3. He looks at the number the medicine man clutches, 4. Beetlejuice sets his sights on him, asking if he's the one that did the shrunken head and complimenting his work. He wonders how he's able to get them down so small. But suddenly he announces, "There goes Elvis." When the medicine man looks, Beetlejuice snatches the number 4 away and throws his giant number on top of his hand. He settles back onto the couch, commenting that it looks like he's next, which is a good thing too, because he's got a GQ photo shoot in about an hour and a half. Because they've been after him for months.
Yeah.
The medicine man looks over his new giant number and peers at Beetlejuice.
Well, it could be Ghouls Quarterly.
No, that's
We don't know.
right.
I don't know.
Maybe he's telling the truth. He digs into his pouch and brings out a pinch of glittery powder. When he sprinkles it on Beetlejuice's head, it immediately begins to shrink, and Beetlejuice's protests begging him to stop and lamenting that he's messing up his hair grow higher and higher pitched. He screams, but then he realizes, hey, this might be a good look for me. Here's the thing.
Yes.
This makes no fucking sense.
No.
Why is he here? He was already dead. Because if anything, he would have gone to the Lost Souls room,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense. They had, in the ending originally, Beetlejuice was trapped in the model town and he was surrounded by sandworms.
Oh.
So test audiences loved Beetlejuice so much and they loved this waiting room so much that their notes were that they wanted more of both of them. And so this epilogue for Beetlejuice was added. And if you really stop to think about it, no, it makes no fucking sense. But again, just watching it, you're like, this fucking dude, he doesn't stop. No matter where he is, he's a nuisance.
Yeah.
Like that's what I took away from it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I stopped and was like, well, hold on. Why are we here?
See, don't stop. Stopping, I think, is the
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
You just got to let it go.
Tim Burton had even said that they never really had an ending, even like a concrete one in the script. And so he said that they just kind of tried to go with what test audiences liked best. And to him, the film still doesn't have an ending, but they did their best. That's what he said.
Frankly, it doesn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, he's the ghost with the most.
Uh,
So,
He
I
is.
mean,
He can do whatever he wants,
Yeah.
clearly.
But I mean, honestly, I think that's kind of poetic because even through the afterlife, it doesn't end.
True.
yeah,
And so if it doesn't have an ending, it is just this continuation.
yeah.
I read that there was another ending as well where a fire breaks out. Maybe when Adam crashes against his foot and the flame erupts. I don't know. But in that climax with the wedding and everything, there's a fire in the house and Lydia dies.
What?
And so she ends up spending the afterlife with the Maitlands, like kind of as their daughter. And then they thought and were like, is this really the message that we want to send?
Yeah,
And
I
would
was
say
gonna
no.
Yeah.
So they changed it.
Good.
I
Yeah,
know.
Maybe let's not do that.
Yeah.
I hope they were fired. That's wild, man.
But back at the house, Lydia continues to live her best life, hovering, dancing, and lip syncing. And she's joined on the stairs behind her by the ill-fated and ghostly football team.
I feel like,
All right.
yeah, that might be the most unsuccessful thing for me. I didn't love them that much to see them again.
I guess.
Beetlejuice, sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah,
But-
I don't know why they're here. But they were tearing it up. Before we close out, I did want to talk about, because again, this movie was very successful. And what happens when a movie is very successul?
Sequel.
Sequel.
Yeah.
So Tim Burton was open to it. I read that Winona Ryder, Michael Keaton, they were all into it. And there was even a screenplay written by Jonathan Gems, who wrote Mars Attacks,
Really?
Okay.
called Beetlejuice Goes Hawaiian.
Well, that's one place I hadn't considered.
Yeah.
You can find the screenplay online and read it. But Tim Burton got so distracted with Batman and and rightfully so. I've not seen Beetlejuice yet, but I just feel in my bones that it's probably better than Beetlejuice Goes Hawaiian would have been.
Yeah.
And I also read when I was researching Beetlejuice Goes Hawaiian that it was offered to a bunch of different directors when Tim Burton kind of, I don't want to say outgrew it, but kind of moved away from Beetlejuice.
Mhm.
And Kevin Smith said that it was sent to him.
I have a lot of love for Kevin Smith. I am very glad this didn't happen.
But it cuts to black and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Beetlejuice?
Real quick, I don't know why Beetlejuice goes to Hawaii or
Goes Hawaiian. I
goes
think.
Hawaiian. For whatever reason, I think of like Drop Dead Fred. I don't know why that kind of sound makes me think of that movie. I don't. Like maybe because that he's really wacky or whatever's going on. I was like, I don't know if I even like that.
I've never heard of this film.
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't even know what was going on there. There's an imaginary friend and like he's crazy. I don't know.
I could see the...
But Beetlejuice.
Yes.
I love this movie. This, like I said, I watched the cartoon a lot and I remember watching this a lot. This is so fun. Like everything that's done in here. Yeah, you can kind of tell when it's claymation or it's whatever, you know what I mean? But it's still, we talk about how much it adds charm to the movies. This is absolutely one of those movies for me.
Mm-hmm.
I watch it and you can tell where things cut, but it's still, I don't care. Like I believe that Adam and Barbara are changing into these monsters or these creatures or whatever. Like I'm watching this and I'm just like, oh no, yeah, that's fine. Like, of course, yes, of what Beetlejuice is doing and whatever. It's like, that makes no fucking sense. But you don't care. Like,
No.
you're just having fun watching this.
No, and I think that is the operative word. It is so fun, this film.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that they did to put this together, everything just works so perfectly.
Yeah.
I think the only time that you do think those things are kind of if you have to like pick it scene by scene like this.
Yeah.
And every line, and you're like, well, yeah, I guess that doesn't make sense that Beetlejuice is back in the waiting room.
It doesn't,
Yeah.
especially since we were shown the Lost Souls room and then we never saw
Yeah, that was
Because that seems like the setup for that, right?
Yes.
This is where he will be banished to.
Yeah.
But we're like, no, just forget it. But no, I love this film so much, and I really don't understand why it took me so long to watch it again in my adulthood.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because it's been years and years. But I think that it does everything that you want, like in a film. Like there are really funny laugh out loud moments. There are moments of spectacle and like surprising, incredible makeup effects,
Mm-hmm.
especially for the budget that they had.
Yeah.
The score is fantastic. I think that the emotional weight of the film is really understated,
Mhm.
but it is really, really good and very effective. I love, and Jules and I talk about this kind of a trope all the time, this idea of a found family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like this film is one of the best examples of that
Yeah.
with what the Maitlands find with Lydia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the way that the film ends, it's very uplifting, even, Beetlejuice and all that.
Literally uplifting.
Yes,
She's
it
like,
is.
Yeah.
Ah, very good. I meant to do that.
I know you did.
Thank you. I didn't, but I appreciate it. But no, I really, really just love this film, and it's definitely going into the rotation more and more from here on out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, I mean, I feel like it's pretty clear how much love I have for this film. The fun that we had talking about it right now, I hope translates to listening to it, because this has been an absolute blast. Yeah, I can kind of just put it all together, my final thoughts and my like slide into ratings as well, because I mean, I think it's pretty clear. I just really can't say enough good about what they were able to accomplish with this, and symbolically what it meant to Tim Burton at this time when he is pretty new on the scene and trying to be force-fed this idea of kind of conformity and kind of digging his feet in and being like, no, I don't want to do that, and it working out successfully and in his favor. It is really inspiring, because it is very easy to be steamrolled, especially when everybody who is already in this field that you so desperately want to be in is saying like, oh no, don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, I love that it worked out, and I love that out of it we were able to get this film that is just so much fun. It is such a blast. I think everybody in the cast is perfectly well, except one disgusting motherfucker, but
Yeah.
everybody else is perfectly cast. The performance that Michael Keaton gives,
Yeah.
I just can't say enough about it. And when you let an actor with that comedic ability just have the room to do whatever the fuck he wants, and that's kind of what it feels like happened here, it really shines through.
No, but you're right, because the performance he gives with Beetlejuice, of course, he's trash. You know what I mean? But you want to keep looking at him.
Uh-huh.
You want him to be there. It's like, oh, you suck. Keep saying stuff though.
That's the thing. As disgusting and inappropriate and horrible as he is, the test audiences were like, where is he? Where is he at the end?
Where's Poochie?
Where's Poochie? Like, that's fucking hilarious.
And you said what, 16 minutes?
17 and a half.
17 and a half
Woo.
minutes. That's
And
unbelievable.
You know
Yeah.
what? Piggybacking on that, I don't know if it is me watching this as a kid, but those sandworms were a lot more of a present danger in my mind.
Yeah,
and a
dude.
lot more prevalent throughout the film.
Yeah.
Because we barely see them.
Yeah, a couple times.
Yeah.
It's enough.
It is. But again, the performances are really great. I think the sets are incredible. The whole vibe of the film, the makeup, like it's the effects, everything.
Yeah.
It just blends together into this weird fucking movie that is so much fun and such a spectacle that when you stop and think and realize that this story doesn't make complete sense, you don't care. I've gone on record to say that it bothers me deeply when a film breaks its own rules or is unclear about its own rules or whatever. But when you get those that are few and far between that are unclear and do break their own rules, when you don't care, I think that is just a testament to how good the movie is.
Yeah.
This was a childhood staple. Like you were saying, T, I will throw it into the rotation more going forward. It's such a good feeling. I can't remember what we were talking about, but we said this recently. It's such a good feeling when you love a film as a kid and you come back and it's just as good, or it's good for different reasons. You know what I mean? Like when you still have that love for it, it's such a gift.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's one of those films as well that learning more about it and how it came to be gives you a deeper appreciation for it.
For sure.
And that's always good as well.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you, John Paul, for picking it for your birthday film.
Yes. Happy birthday.
Happy
Yeah,
birthday.
thank you.
This is a much better choice than what you did last time. But I have to say, on a scale from 1 to 10, meticulously manicured magical models.
Wow.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah.
Another M, really?
Another It's a mighty mouthful. I am giving Beetlejuice 10 out of 10 meticulously manicured magical models. I simply can't go lower. This film is a slice of childhood.
Mm-hmm.
It is a blast. I love it a lot. And I will now open up the floor to you.
No, I think you pretty much, said it. The movie is a lot of fun. Learning about everything that they went through to make the movie made it even better. And I will say, I know you always kind of talk about the music, but the music, holy shit, just the beginning when we're hearing it.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I don't know if I want to get up and work out or if I want to I was like, what's going on? I was like, I don't know what's happening. I want to slam a Gatorade or some shit. I was like, what? But the music goes hard for no reason other than to just pump you up to what's going to happen. And the movie is a fucking ride. We're doing stupid shit. We're laughing. We feel some way. We're laughing again. We're like, oh my God, what's happening now? Oh, there's a haunting. Oh, this is funny. Oh, you're dancing. Oh, like there's a lot going on. And yeah, having to stop it for the show, you do kind of notice well, that doesn't make sense. But I will say this is one that still watching it, I was like, I don't care. I was like, that's still really funny.
Yeah.
That still does work with whatever happens next, because guess what? I forgot about what just happened a minute ago. You know what I mean?
Because we're moving on.
Yeah.
We're just, the next thing's happening. But yeah, this was, watching it, I felt like a kid all over again. I did sit there and pause it a few times to just laugh. I was like, that's so ridiculous. You know what I mean? I was like, that's so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the same thing. I thought the sandworms had more to do with it. I thought Beetlejuice was in it a lot more. The costume he wears, but still, again, watching it, you're still like, man, no, this is fine.
Yeah.
This is absolutely fine. But all that to say, on a scale from 1 to 10, meticulously manicured magical models, I'm also going to give Beetlejuice a 10 out of 10.
Woo!
I really enjoyed this movie watching it again. I know it had been a little bit of time, but I think it was just that. Yeah, it's been a little bit, but I think, we say that a lot watching movies as a grown-up.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes
It feels different, or the meaning is different, or it's whatever. But watching this, I am a child. And
Yeah.
I am I understand what you're saying better now, but it's still that's fucking Beetlejuice.
I think that's kind of what I kept returning to in my mind.
Yeah.
Is this feeling of being a child again and watching it through these new eyes, but also feeling like you've returned in some way.
Yeah.
And I think that it really is a very special thing that can do that.
Mm-hmm.
And for a film to do that, it just makes it all the more amazing, aside from all the things that went in to make it, just this magic that it has become for you.
Yeah.
And I just would repeat if I continued further, but I just wanted to say just this amazing originality.
Yeah.
This creativity and all of these things that make this universe make sense. Some things that make no sense.
Yeah.
But in the best way.
Yeah. And it's fine. And I think, I was thinking about watching this as a child and all the things that it kickstarted without really grasping it,
Yeah.
And not just young Travis and the tenderness that Winona Ryder ignited. I mean more just this idea of watching something so weird, and maybe there is a part of you that does take that in and you think to yourself, maybe it is okay that I am strange and unusual.
Yeah.
And that is something very, very special.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that I have really no choice. There is nothing that I would change about this film.
Not at all.
Period. So I think that I will be joining both of you, and out of 10 meticulously manicured magical models, I am also going to give Beetlejuice 10 meticulously manicured magical models.
Very
Man,
good.
that's a lot of M's.
Yeah.
Hey, you won birthdays. This is a perfect 10.
Yeah.
Hey, the hat trick, huh?
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding. Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Beetlejuice and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Pod Mortem. Be sure to follow us on Instagram and like our Stirhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at Blood and Smoke, at RealStreeter84, and at TravisMWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get bonus content, our monthly schedule, access to our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem or Stirhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, even in times of desperation, discernment is important. Beware, not every outstretched hand is a helpful one. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Tamez, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Appleton Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer,
Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Braum, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Jean Jacket, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S, Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T, Kim H, August, Vengeance Spirit,
Sam J. Green, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, D, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, 203 Duncan, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith, Corey Gillen, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Chuck D, Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Becca Boo, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Christy Michelle Wilson, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy N, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H, Karen with the Y, and Christian Sadler. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate you all.
We do. And since there's power in threes, let me just say, we love you. We love you. We love you.
Aw.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, John Paul.
Yeah. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Until next time.